Welcome to the National Cricket Centre here for day one of a two-day clash between Guyana under 17 boys and Windwards under 17. We have the perfect conditions for cricket here today. We just started a little late. As you can see, the score is 104 for 2 in 19 overs. Windwards under 17 boys won the toss and opted to bat. We have Theo Edward in the wicket, 58 for 47, and Jonathan Daniel now coming in, facing his first delivery for no runs at the moment. Today on commentary is Mr. Tanfrey Danpol, and I will be joined in a little while by Mr. Billy Furlong. And that's a beautiful delivery there by Romario Ramdihol into his third over for 8 runs. Oh, beautiful delivery there, just beating outside the bat. Oh, big swing and a miss there by Mr. Edward. Ball just passed gently over the stumps. Could have gotten a wicket there. The umpire just signaling the stop of play for a while, seeing that the wicketkeeper might be down. Oh, and that's a big shot there by Mr. Theo Edward. It goes straight to the boundary for 4. Finding the gap there. Let's have a look at the replay. Waits on it, times it, and just off the middle of the bat over the fielder, securing another 4 runs for his team. Oh, well defended there. See, Theo Edward is dominating with the bat. 62 runs off a 52 ball here. And another big swing there. Oh, and a beautiful chance there. Just slightly goes over the fielder for 4 runs. Let's have a look at that replay. It's a really risky shot and good attempts by the fielder. Just 8 runs coming off of this over from Romario, bringing up his 16 runs in 4 overs. Current run rate is 5.6. And that brings up the 20 overs here in this 2 days matchup between Guyana and Windward Islands under 17 boys. See some really young talent out here. We have Mr. Jakob back inside. Mr. Jakob back inside. 16 runs for 1 wicket in his 2 overs. Now starting his 3rd here. And joining me on commentary is Mr. Billy Furlong.
Good morning to all our listeners out there in the Caribbean. And it's a pleasure to be alongside you, Tanvir, bringing us coverage of this regional under 17 men's championship. Originally, our broadcast was scheduled to cover the game at Pier Road, and due to unforeseen circumstances and a soggy outfield,
And that today's match between Jamaica and Leeward will be put off for now.
We're trying to see if things can be put in place for a change of venue, and if possible, the first day will start tomorrow. Just reminding you, it's just 3 games in this 2-day affair for this under-17 tournament. We're going to have 3 2-day games per team before we commence the 50 overs. Gibran Yakub into the attack. 5 balls going in this over, 21st over of the innings. Theo Edwards, the captain, on 66, scoring faster than a runner ball as the over comes to an end. 21 overs gone, 113 for 2, with Jonathan Daniel not out on 1 after just having lost a wicket. The Windward Islands. Today's umpires out there are Kasif Sandy and Vicky Daniel, with the match referee Stephanie Power. She is nestled safely in the pavilion here at the administrative building at the National Cricket Centre here in Hoover in Balmain. This encounter, as mentioned by Tanvi, Windward Islands against Guyana. Just run through the lineup as well for the Windward Islands. As we're just in between the overs here, captain of the Windward Islands team, Theo Edward, he's out there not out on 66, scoring at a strike rate of 122. New bowler into the attack, Navindra Sankar for Guyana. Leg spin and placed perfectly past extra cover. It'll go all the way out to the boundary, into the deep extra cover boundary. It's a packed offside field, and he managed to squeeze it between extra cover and cover, and mid-off could only chase in vain, as 4 good-looking runs to Jonathan Daniel. He moves on to 5, and the total on to 117 for 2. Reminding you that the Windward Islands team won the toss. Theo Edwards calling correctly, electing to bat first. It's a shorter ball and a bit of bounce there for Sankar. Good comeback delivery there, forcing Daniel onto the back foot, not expecting the lift that he got from that delivery. Could only defend. Nice loop and flight, and Daniel showing that he can be solid in defense as well as being attacking.
Not to mention, Billy, the ball in this 21st over is yet a deal time and to bowl the spin, as we see Guyana is doing so, as it will grip onto it a little more. We've seen that the pitch is really good at as well.
We're conducive to spin. And I think he's lost his wicket there. Have to get a replay of that. Daniel, the Guyanese are celebrating, and Sankar coming back to take a wicket after being struck for a 4 off of his first delivery as he was introduced into the attack. Have another look at it here, and he seemed to come down on it hard, but we did see he got a lot of bounce off of the previous delivery, and as he slammed down on it, the ball ricocheted off the turf and rolled back onto the stumps. So an unfortunate dismissal, and the Windward Islands lose their 3rd wicket with the score 117.
And you can also see Mr. Sankar there using more flight and getting some drift in the air as it dips to the batter. Very good variation in his pace in bowling. You can also see that Mr. Theo Edward is also holding his ground, he's cementing his position there in the wicket at the moment. 66, not out still from opening the batting for the Windwards. And now into the attack we have Jamie Wickham coming.
Edward is going to have to anchor this team and this innings. It's a two-day affair, reminding you. And the captain, having won the toss, opting to bat first, went in to take first strike. And the Windward Islands lost their first wicket with the score on 58. Zach Thomas made 27 off of 37 deliveries, striking 3 fours. And they lost their second wicket, Jordan Charles, only a few minutes ago to Yakub. He went for 13 and now losing their third not soon after with the score on 117. So just 15 runs later, and Navindra Sankar has his first wicket in this two-day tournament. We'll just run through the batting card again, and the lineup for the Windward Islands. Cody Fontenelle is scheduled to come in next, as Sankar is in now to the left-handed Wickham. And he's getting some drift and bounce, generous flight from the leg spinner as well, as his over comes to an end. 22 gone, 117 for 3, and a wicket taking over. Just continue with the lineup as well. Cody Fontenelle scheduled to come in next. Bjorn Fanis, Elran Glasgow, Kavon Bartholomew, Desron Mitchell, Jamie Wickham is at the crease, Tyler Veneer make up the final 11 for the Windward Islands team. A couple players in this Windward Islands just off of that under 19 tournament in St. Kitts, as Gibran Yakub is set to start a new over. Short, can't find the gap on the offside, and no run. Theo Edward, Jonathan Daniel, who's just dismissed, Amari Veneer, Tyler Veneer, otherwise known as, and Cody Fontenelle. It's a full delivery, can't maximize on it, and no run played out to mid-wicket. Short and cut away. Again, he can't find the gap on the offside as cover is in the way. And no run. Couple loose deliveries in this over from Yakub. He'll want to follow up tightly after having taken a wicket. The guy, and he's at the opposite end. Some bounce and turn. So we have seen some turn and veer in this pitch so far. We've just started our broadcast a few minutes ago, having arrived only a few minutes ago here at the National Cricket Centre. But we're seeing a pitch that is starting to take some turn in the first morning.
Oh, and that's a brilliant shot there from Theo Edward.
It's close to the boundary, but doesn't have the legs to get to the boundary. As Edward comes through for 2, fashioning a scoop shot off of the left-arm orthodox spinner, ball turning into him. But there was considerable bounce in that delivery as well. Fortunately for him, he used that bounce to paddle it over his left shoulder, and it traveled down to that fine leg boundary, and deep backward square had to come around, and 2 runs to the total. And a half shout from the wicket keeper, and as an afterthought followed up by the bowler Yakub, and not out, says the umpire, as the 23rd over comes to an end. 119 for 3. And the Windward Islands just pegged back a fraction, losing 2 wickets in quick succession after having put on a 50-run opening partnership followed by 100 runs for the second wicket.
Well said, Billy. I must say, Yakub did bowl to his feel. He bowled really well, using his different, variation of his pace as well. And now we have Sankar coming back into the attack here after getting a wicket for just 4 runs in his first over. Maybe looking to strike here again, as you see the pitch is taking a lot of turn.
Leg spinner into the attack, and this one is a flatter delivery, lower trajectory, and on the back foot was Wickham. We have seen some turn in the pitch so far. Umpire Sandy is the presiding umpire at the southern end of the ground.
A loud appeal there does not interest the umpire.
I don't think he got any bat onto that time. He tried to stamp it out, another full delivery. And that's a type of delivery that got the wicket of Daniel, but this time it was wide of the off stump as it again traveled through to the wicketkeeper. That's a loud appeal. And the wicketkeeper was quite confident, playing off of the back foot, appealing for a caught behind. And the bowler and the slip were up as well. Have another look at it, Tanvir.
Oh no, that didn't hit the bat at all, Billy.
It seemed to be well away from the bat of Jamie Wickham, but they were very confident in their appeal, the Guyanese. So clearly there must have been a sound, but doesn't seem anything to come off the bat.
So why the delivery there? As you can see, Sanka is trying to get Wickham to come forward and maybe get that edge into slip for him to make the mistake and get the ball into slip. Now you see his captain Theo Edward is having a talk with him, telling him to maybe look out for those cheeky deliveries from Sanka. Would Sanka flight or maybe push through this delivery and flight again?
So in the Sanka over, the first over as well as he's into his second over now, you have a close look at that caught behind decision. It's getting appreciable bounce a couple deliveries ago, but this one keeping a fraction lower. This one is driven, can't quite get past or through the covers, and just a single as the fielder just has to move to his right, and the ball slowing up in the outfield as well as the 24th over now comes to an end. The score moves to 120 for 3 and a healthy run rate of 5 runs and over for this encounter in this 2-day game. So the bowling so far for the Guyanese: Mika Amsterdam, his 6 overs, the opening fast bowler, 1 for 22, and Parmeshwar Ram, 6 overs as well, conceding 36 runs without taking a wicket. Yeah. Emmanuel Lewis bowled 2 overs for 19 runs, and Romario Ram the Hall, 4 overs for 16 runs. The captain of this Guyanese team. And Gibran Mohammed picking up a wicket, 1 for 19 in 4, and Sanka picking up a wicket a couple overs ago for 5 runs conceded.
And that's a loud appeal there and given by the umpire this time. Brilliant bowling from Yaqub again. Have a look at the replay here, Billy.
So this time the outside edge is taken, and umpire Daniel agreeing with the decision, and Wickham is going to have to go. He has been flirting outside of the off stump, off of the bowling of Sanka as well now, Yaqub, and he's playing off the back foot. Played and missed a couple times, but on this occasion got the edge, and a good smart catch by the wicketkeeper. And Windward Islands losing their 4th wicket with the score on 120 as we have another look at it. More generous flight, playing off the back foot and getting a thin outside edge, and an excellent take by the wicketkeeper as they lose their 4th wicket, and Yaqub picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings.
You can see here, Billy, spin is dominating the pitch at the moment as 3 wickets out of the 4 were taken by the spinners. Yaqub, Sanka.
We'll give you the Guyanese 11 for this game as well. Romario Ram the Hall, the captain. Parmeshwar Ram, Richard Ram the Hall, the younger brother of Romario. And the youngster, 13 years of age, Lamar Sicharan, is in this lineup. Gibran Mohammed, who's currently bowling and taking his 2nd wicket. Emmanuel Lewis, Adrian Hetmeyer, who's becoming a staple in this Guyanese lineup. And Shamar Apple will don the gloves for this game. Dave Mohabir, Ravindra Sanka, and Mika Amsterdam. Shamar Apple taking a smart catch for the last delivery. New batter is Kavon Bartholomew. Another loud appeal and answers in the affirmative, the umpire Daniel, and back-to-back wickets here. The Windward Islands in a spot about it now.
And Yakub is onto his hat-trick ball here, Billy. And that is clearly out, as it is directly, as you can see, it hits the middle stump. If we had a replay of DRS.
Well, maybe not quite in the direct line, just about 12 degrees to the right of the pitch, here nestled in the administrative building at the National Cricket Centre. And the Windward Islands being now unsettled as they have lost their 5th wicket with the score on just 120. Now I say just 120 because they were 58 without lost their 1st wicket. There was another strong partnership of 40 odd runs and they lost Charles with the score on 102. So we have another look at this dismissal, the 5th wicket falling here on the front foot. I just wonder if it went past the bat and struck him on the back leg. You can't quite see, but Daniel, it was a strong appeal to begin with, and the umpire Daniel agreeing and giving the adjudication. So the new batter out is Tyler Vernier, and he's going to have to face a hat-trick delivery. The 3rd wicket fell just a few minutes ago with the score on 117. And with the score on 2 for 102, we are now 5 for 120. So they were going on quite well. And the captain of the team, Theo Edwards, who opted to bat first, is just looking on at the other end. And he's going to be looking on to a hat-trick delivery being bowled by Gibran Yakub. Left arm orthodox. So there are 2 slips in place now for this hat-trick delivery. Turned into the onside anticlimactically. And his 3rd delivery, a dot ball. So there's going to have to be some rebuilding here to be done by the Windward Islands team. They're going to have to depend on Vernier.
Mr. Tyler will have to stay here in the middle with his captain Theo and build a strong partnership.
Reminding you, this is a 2-day encounter. As Yakub comes back in a shorter delivery, maintains the 2 slips, employed the 2nd slip for the hat-trick delivery, and deciding to stay in position in the slips.
That's the end of the over here for Gibran Yakub. While we're here at the NCC, action is going on at Inshan Ali Park in Prisal, where the Trinidad and Tobago under 17 is playing Barbados, where Barbados under 17 won the toss and elected to field first. The score at that venue right now is 86 for 2, as Darius Batusing is on 16 and Roberto Badri is on 2, not out. Coming back into the bowling attack here for Guyana is Navindra Sankar.
We're just a few minutes away from a lunch break, and
oh, that's a beautiful delivery there from Sankar. He does have the field placement, waiting for the batter to make an error.
So it comes off the inside, just scoots away into the onside, and they get through for a single. So Edward rotates the strike to bring the new batter near into strike. Just wondering, with 5 wickets down, Vernier lower in order. The captain on 69 now, and the new batter to face up to the spinner with just about 8 minutes or so to go to the luncheon interval. Just wonder if the captain would want to try and take the majority of the strike for these last few deliveries before the luncheon break.
Yes, to cement that position and hopefully not get any more wickets to fall. But we're seeing Tyler Vinay here having a really strong defense, Billy. He's not going for any big shots at the moment. So far, we have seen 18 fours and 2 sixes in this matchup. So in 25.4 overs.
Run there. I think Daniel was a bit unfortunate. He too looked like he had a sound forward defensive, but it was a well-flighted delivery pitched into the block hole, and he came down on it, did almost everything right, but couldn't prevent the ricochet after it bounced off the turf back onto the stumps. This one is short and pulled away into the onside. There's a fielder in the deep as the ball plugs a bit in the outfield, and they're going to come through for two runs. Does have the luxury of Vernier to get a long hop to get off the mark and relieve some of the pressure out there in the middle on the Windward Islands team. And that brings an end to the over. Final delivery pulled away into the onside. There was a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. 121 for 5. And by the umpire's count, it's 26 overs gone. And in the other game, Trinidad and Tobago are batting 2 for 90. They are. Lal was dismissed. Christian Lal was dismissed for 26. Salim Khan for 24. Darius Batu Singh is not out on 16. Roberto Badri on 6. And of course Trinidad and Tobago up against Barbados. Barbados having a good run at the under 19 level and the under 17 level across the region. Champions. And in the women's, I'm being reminded by our producer Jason Passad, and the women's under 19 as well. Very dominant, defeating the USA, the Barbados under 19 team.
Just pulled that one down into the wicket, and given the opportunity there, he gets it over the fielder and secures 4 runs to the tally. Let's have a look at the replay there. Just drag that one down a little there, Billy.
Yeah, so we've seen 2 short deliveries being put away with aplomb by the 2 batters out there. Vernier striking a couple in the last over out to deep mid-wicket, and now Edwards putting it away all the way to the boundary. We've seen Yakub bowl a couple loose deliveries a few overs ago, a full toss on the pads that was not put away, and a short ball outside of the off stump that wasn't put away either. They couldn't find the gap on the offside, but on this occasion Edwards gets a boundary, putting away a bad delivery, takes him on to 74, and Vernier now on strike. Just 3 fielders on the onside, one at deep square leg, and a mid-wicket and a mid-on on the onside for Yakub. This one keeps fractionally low, comes off the lower portion of the bat of Vernier as he was trying to push it through the offside. The bottom hand taking over with that low bounce, just tugging it into the onside. The end of the 27th over, 127 for 5, and losing the last 4 wickets. The Windward Islands just before scheduled luncheon interval at 12 o'clock. Reminding you as well, the game at Pier Road has been called off due to a wet outfield between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica, and they're trying to put some plans in place to have the venue change, and hopefully we can still get a 2-day match on at the new venue. Saka continues. Nice loopy flight to delivery, and timed well out to deep cover on the boundary. Just a single. 1 for 8 into his 4th over. Good start from Sanka, and we've seen turn and bounce from the 2 spinners operating in tandem here at the National Cricket Centre. Was that the googly delivery there? Hands on heads from the keeper and first slip as it went past the off stump, left alone by Veneer. Just wondering if it was a googly delivery coming back into the right-hander. Hence the oohs and ahs. Wide open stance, Veneer. Short. No run out to cover. So we saw a couple deliveries stand that bounced rather high. These last couple just keeping fractionally low.
Yes, you can also see that when they try to bounce as well, they pull it down just a little too much, giving the batter the opportunity to go over the fielders with it.
Just a couple minutes away from the luncheon interval, and Veneer stepping away, just clearing his eyes to ensure that the clock might just tick over in this over. Some would say intelligent cricket from the youngster, with just 2 deliveries to come. Another short one keeping low. They do come through for the single. So it's played out to mid-off and a fumble in the outfield. And they complete the single safely. And Captain Edwards on 75 might just be facing the last ball before lunch. The score 129 for 5. One delivery to come in the 28 over. So a good over rate as well. Flight to delivery. Has him reaching and playing it out to deep cover. As the captain ambles through for a single. Veneer was looking for 2. It was not to be. 130 for 5. 28 overs gone. As umpire Sandy just has a look at his watch as he makes his way to square leg, and umpire Vicky Daniel proceeds at good pace to her end on the northern side of the ground and gets there just before the clock ticks over to 12 o'clock. So we are going to have another over, which means that we will get 29 overs in the first 2 hours in a morning's play, which is a good over rate by the Guyanese team. And they're going to maintain a man sweeping on the offside. Flighted delivery. They've dropped the long, well, they've dropped the mid on out to long on as Edward plays it out to that man out there, and they get a single. Takes the score to 131 for 5. He is going to have to negotiate what would be most definitely the last over before lunch. Goes past the outside edge. And for Veneer, the fielders coming off the boundary, so they wanted to give him, Edward the captain, a single to get at Veneer. And as he's on strike, the fielders closing off the boundary inside the circle, and this one is punched, almost meeting the man at cover. Another one keeping fractionally low, Tanvir, from the opposite end. Is it just there's no piece on the ball to work with, hence no bounce?
I would like to believe that, Billy. I'll also like to believe that Jakub has found that spot where it is not, given the extra bounce while he's bowling, because we did see certain spots he hit did give it some bounce, and now he appeals, but umpire is not interested in that appeal.
Yeah, I think you're quite right there, Tanvir. Because we have seen a few just leap off a length. And so far in these overs, a couple of them keeping low, and the batsman on the back foot, catching the lower portion of the bat. They want to be careful playing on the back foot. Well forward this time on a ball on the line of the leg stump. He's been bowling Jakub, the left-arm orthodox spinner, into that middle and leg line for the fuller deliveries, and just fractionally short of a length outside of the off stump. And that will do it for the morning session. 131 for 5. 29 overs bowled in the morning session here at the National Cricket Centre. And we are bringing you broadcast of the West Indies Rising Star Men's Under-17 two-day championship. There's going to be 3 games, 2-day affairs between the 6 teams playing in this tournament. And it's going to be followed by 50-over matches for all the teams. So not all the teams are going to get to play 5 games in the 2-day affair. A bit truncated, the 2-day version of the game. And reminding you that the Pier Road game has been called off. We are here at the National Cricket Centre, Windward Islands against Guyana. Windward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first. A good start from Zach Thomas and the captain Theo Edwards. Edwards is not out on 77. Zach Thomas, he was dismissed by Amsterdam on 27. Jordan Charles fell for 13 off the bowling of Gibran Yaqub. And Jonathan Daniel, who I thought was unfortunate after striking a boundary to get off the mark. He was then dismissed, bowled by Sanka, one that crept under the bat for one that he played into the turf, a full-flighted delivery. Couldn't quite keep it out after having gotten bat onto it. And he was dismissed for 5. Jamie Wickham was soon to follow, fell for 1, having faced just 8 deliveries. And Kavon Bartholomew went LBW for no score to put the Windward Islands in a bit of a trouble, bit of a pickle. 113 for 5, 6 extras in the innings. Tyler Veneer is not out on 2. And that will be the luncheon interval. Mika Amsterdam 1 for 22, the opening bowler. And Parmeshwar Ram none for 36. Lewis none for 19. Romario Ramdahal none for 16. Gibran Yaqub 3 for 25. He has now bowling pre-lunch. And joining him in the wickets column was Navindra Sanka coming into the attack and taking 1 for 10. So that's the newsstand view here from the National Cricket Centre.
Yes, we will be back with more action after the lunch break. Welcome back here for the next session in the 2 days cricket here at the NCC, Cuba, Trinidad and Tobago, as we have Guyana versus Windward Island. We have Navindra Sankar back into the attack. And Theo Edward drives the ball straight to the fielder. As you can see, he's gotten a little more aggressive after
Sanka to continue, this time to Vernier. Interesting. First delivery to Edwards. There was a long off in place, offering him the single down the ground. Trying to get at Vernier early on after lunch. And Edward accepting the single. And Tyler Vernier on strike for the leg spinner. Flighted delivery. Very well flighted. And it's going to be put away. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. So Vernier up to the challenge. It was generous flight. We've seen him flight a few, Sanka. And on this occasion, I think he was offering a bit of maybe a hit and hope. Trying to prize out the wicket of Vernier, hoping that he'd hit it in the air to a fielder. But he was up to the task. Played it along the carpet, through the covers for 4. Takes him on to 6. 136 for 5. We start the 30th over after lunch. Not a full delivery, and he's going to get 4 more. It's hit past the man at extra cover, who seemed to just fall over the ball. I'm not quite sure from our vantage point how far he was away from it, but put out the dive, all in vain, and it sped along the carpet. A lush outfield here at the National Cricket Centre, and another full toss, back-to-back boundaries for Vernier. Takes the total on to 140. And he happily accepts the full toss, Tanvir, to do some scoring.
Yes, he's trying to get some runs just like his captain. As you see, a standout performance so far from Theo Edwards. 78 runs off of 70 deliveries.
So now they've dropped a man out at deep cover. So what I initially thought, we'll get back to it, a half volley, and this time extra cover does get in the way of it, as he was just adjusted slightly to his left with the cover being pushed out onto the boundary and having more distance to cover. So he just shifted to his left, the extra cover, and was able to prevent that one going past the infield. Short this time, tucked around the corner by Vernier, who is scoring quite rapidly now. In fact, it'll go into the boundary, Tanvir, for 4.
And that's 4 runs again. Just have a look at the replay there, Billy. Just glances it off of his leg. And the outfield is running, actually.
Yeah, it's very
a lot of value
fast.
for
It's very green. It's quite a picture here at the National Cricket Centre.
Do you think they will bring back Gibran Yaqub, seeing that he has been the pick of the attack so far, accurate, probing and making life uncomfortable for the batters?
I'd like to see you get the ball out of his hand. He has 3 wickets for 25. There's no way you're going to pry the ball out of his hands. That's a over that was hit for 3 boundaries by Vernier. He was given Edward was given the single so that Sanka could bowl at the lower order batter, Tyler Vernier. Gave him 2 full tosses outside the off stump, which he put away quite competently. And then one googly that angled down the pads, and he just tapped it away nonchalantly down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So he's dealing in boundary now, Vernier. He's on 14. Total 144 for 5. As it is Yaqub into the attack, as you anticipated, Tanvir. But he does have 2 fielders, in fact 4 fielders out in the deep. 2 square of the wicket and 2 down the ground. And hands on heads as this one goes past the captain of the Windward Islands outside edge, Theo Edwards.
Look at that replay here.
He's going to be the big wicket here. They want to pry out.
And you can see that this one just, has a little bounce to it. Let's see if he could find his spot again, keeping the ball low.
Yeah, in fact, he did get bat onto it, but there was some backspin with that bounce, and it rolled back toward the stump. So he did get bat onto it. And a cry in the outfield. They thought he might have just played it on. He's on 78. There is a bat pad in place for him as well. So they clearly want to offer him the single again, Tanvir, because there are 4 fielders out in the deep just after lunch. And you just saw Yakub almost produce a wicket-taking delivery and Edwards playing on. I just wonder if you want to just build some pressure on the captain, who is now firmly in defense. There is a bat pad in place. And
with Theo Edwards going at this rate, batting at this rate, and batting smart, he might be able to bring up his century.
Short, and you can see it's a deliberate attempt to get him off strike, and he hammers this one out. That long off comes around and not going to be able to cut it out. It was traveling toward the boundary. It seemed as though it was losing momentum, and the fielder out there might have won the chase, but he got his hands to it, and I have to say made a bit of a meal of it out at the deep extra cover boundary. There you see it was a long hop really. I think they were just trying to get him off strike, but he hammered it out, and look at that fielding there. We just slid in the outfield. It's Sanka out there. They're sliding along the turf. Is there any indication it might be damp out there as well? Just skidding in the outfield. The over comes to an end with that boundary for Edwards, who goes on to 82. And the Windward Islands now nearing 150 for 5. They're 148. And 31 overs. Veneer on 14.
I must say Theo and Tyler is doing a really good job here building a partnership, Billy.
You're quite right indeed.
Yes, there are some. yes, there are some dot balls, but the runs are coming. Smart batting from these two here.
Remind you as well, he is one of those players that is returning to the under-17 squad from last year, 2024 season. There is that man out at deep cover. So the extra cover has moved around to try and cover some of that gap. And hence preventing a couple going past him as it did in the previous over. Good looking shot in defense.
Well played here by Tyler. Having that strong defense.
Looks to be Hetmeyer located in that extra cover position.
It's look a little wide there from Sanka, but not signaled by the umpire.
Yes, remember it's a 2-day format. They're a bit generous, the umpires, or allow a little more leeway. This time allowed appeal, and umpire Sandy remains unmoved. Seemed to be faster and flatter trajectory. Struck him on the front leg, perhaps heading down the leg side, or even pitching outside the leg stump. Might have just pitched outside the leg stump, negating the appeal. But Sanka trying to make a comeback in this over. He's had 5 dot deliveries after giving away 3 boundaries in the last over. And he manages to get a maiden. So good comeback over. 1 for 23 he has after 6. And 148 for 5 it remains. And just the fall of wickets. The Windward Islands lost 4 wickets for 31 runs in 31 balls just before lunch. And there was even a possibility of a hat trick from Yakub from his end. And from a position of strength of 2 for 102. Losing those 4 wickets, the second wicket falling 102. To now be 5 for 140. And as you mentioned, a good partnership being built here.
Oh, perfectly jive there by Tyler.
Edward playing that one down. They're giving him the single to get at Veneer, so he's accepting anything that they give him because he's nearing 100. he's 17 runs away from a century. This one goes past the outside edge, and this is why they're giving him Edward the single, because they want to bowl at Vernier, and they fancy their chances of getting his wicket as opposed to the captain Edwards. But in the meantime, giving Edwards single inches him closer to a century. When you're cutting away off the back foot, can't beat.
He has a really good field setting in position at the moment, as he is also bowling and keeping it tight, and he's not giving away any extra runs. As you can see here, he is bowling towards his field.
Yeah, he wants to angle, and he's been angling the ball into middle and leg, the left arm orthodox spinner, to get the batsman to just open his stance and then spin across him. And as just for variation, he's pushing one shorter of a length on the line of the off stump. So two types of deliveries he's bowling.
And a slip is in place.
I just want to pitch up that delivery more on the off stump. It's again short outside the off stump. Appeal!
Allowed appeal.
He is very confident, Yaku, but umpire Daniel looks rather inquisitively at the request for a wicket, and she denies it at the end of 33 overs. 149 for 5, and the captain, Theo Edwards, is going to be on strike on 83, and he's done so in quick time off of 77 deliveries. The Windward Islands captain. He's hit 13 fours and 2 sixes in this knock so far, and a nice healthy run rate for the Windward Islands of 4.52.
Captain stepping up and showing why he's the captain of the Windwards. He's also opted to bat first. He's also standing his ground here.
So good looking off drive down to the long off, who is out there to give them a single. It's Dave Muhabir stationed out there, making his way now into the middle of position as Vernier comes on strike. 30-run partnership.
Oh, and that's a beautiful delivery there by Sanka, just falling short in front of slip. That is what he was looking for.
Again, we see the ball just running past the bat after hitting the bat face with some backspin from the leg spinner. And not for the first time, he's pushed one down the leg side.
Yeah, and you can see Tyler just showing what he actually wanted to do. Just sweep that ball, maybe try to get some runs, as there's no fielder out there in the deep.
It's not advisable for Sanka to be going down the leg side. And he is in the offside and strokes it past Hetmeyer. And Muhabir does the fielding, coming around from middle. They get a single, 2 singles in the over. The first single bringing up the 150 for the Windward Islands. They're now on to 151 for 5 in the 34th over, as the field yet again spreads out for the captain Edwards. I'm not quite sure of this ploy here, Tanvi, just to give him a single every time he comes on straight. Down the leg side again. They're going to come through for 1. He'll definitely come for a second. We'll have to wait to see if it's buys or leg buys from the umpire. So a good throw comes in from the first slip fielder, who had to chase it down by signal by umpire Sandy. And again going down the leg side, Sanka. I don't understand this tactic. I understand why, Tanvi. I just don't agree with it. It's after lunch and you're giving him an easy single down the ground with gaps in the field. 4 fielders out in the deep. Every batsman, as he takes another casual single down to Muhabir at long off. And I have to say, I don't agree with it. You're affording him a simple single every time. He inches closer to 100 with the score now 154 for 5 after 34.
Yes, well said, Billy. And I think they're playing mind games with him at the moment. Seeing that, yes, he's seen that they're feeding him the singles. But then, seeing that he's closer to the 100, he might decide to go for a big shot and might just end up in one of the fielders' hand, or simply making an error. As you can see, the slip is in place there at a certain point in time. And Yakub is back into the attack. Let's see if he buys another wicket.
paddles it around the corner. There's some yardage there to cover for the man coming around from deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2. And this is why I don't understand the fielding, because you're giving easy singles to Edward, who's inching toward 100. And just to get to Veneer, to bowl at him, the lower middle order batsman. But he looks quite competent. He played a sweep shot there, working the ball into the gaps. He is on 15 and scoring quite easily. And again, that back spin, coming off the face of the back, landing on the turf and spinning back toward the stump. And Edward, who's on 87, he would not like to be dismissed in such a fashion. He has to be very careful of playing that bat in front of the pad rather than alongside.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot there. And it goes all the way for 4.
Yes, angle down the leg side. It's a bad delivery here from Yaqub. And into the pads of Edwards, who sweeps it around the corner. He will get 4 and should take him into the 90s. And they've given him about 10 easy singles trying to get at Veneer. But Veneer has looked quite competent batting at the opposite end. And they're accepting the runs, and it's inched Edwards closer to 100 now. And Veneer looks quite comfortable at the opposite end on 15. 160 for 5 in the 35th over. Yaqub is want to straighten his line of delivery toward middle and off stump. As Edward looks around the corner.
There's another
Another easy single. And he gets another easy single to take him yet again 1 run closer to that landmark.
Maybe they're trying to out Tyler, but as you can see here, Tyler Head is already in the game. Tyler is the foundation, block, and the wall, you can say, Billy. You see? Perfect defense. He has a really good defense.
I quite agree with you. And not to mention that a batsman in their 90s, call it the nervous 90s. We focus on Veneer for this delivery. Short and wide. There's that extra bounce we've been seeing outside the off stump. End of the over. 35 gone, 161 for 5. And we can now discuss in at length the strategy here from the Guyanese team, giving Edward an easy single to get at Veneer, but Veneer looking quite competent at the opposite end. So much so he's on 15. He's faced 41 deliveries, Stanvir, so he's quite comfortable out there now.
Yes, and that also brings up the 51-run partnership between both batters out there.
So Sanka is going to continue. So a few deliveries down the leg side in the last over. 41-run partnership between these two.
Strong defense there by Tyler Veneer. Sorry, by Theo Edward. Sanka into the attack.
Generous flight, another full toss. And this time there is protection. Mohabir down at long off does the fielding.
And you can see that Theo was not happy with that shot that he played.
So it's another gift of a single to Edward, who's looked quite competent in this inning so far. Mentioned he has 14 fours and 2 sixes in his innings thus far. This is a good delivery. Starting, I think this is where he was aiming at the leg spinner. Trying to bowl it into middle and leg and spin across the right-handed Veneer to try and tangle him up going across the line.
I think all Veneer will be looking for now is to maybe make that single to give Theo strike to try and get to his 100. There's 7 runs needed for him to get to his century on his first day of the tournament.
And you asked the question as well, would they have continued with the 2 spinners after lunch? And I have to say yes, because they were the ones to take the wickets, 4 of them, before the luncheon interval. But now, I think the Guyanese might be just thinking to bring back one of their fast bowlers.
That would be the correct game plan, the strategy to get a breakthrough.
back here live. So again, they're going to continue with Yakubu. So no bowling change yet. He does have 3 wickets. And again, he's going to try to angle into that middle and leg line. There's that bounce we spoke about there. Just short of a length outside the off stump, or about the off stump, and getting some lift with that delivery. So he's targeted 2 lines of attack, one into middle and leg that has not been making that much height. But every so often, one on or about the off stump just seems to leap at the batsman.
I think Yakub has been bowling enough for today to know where to hit his line, where to hit his length, to get that just that one pop, you know. You see,
there's that bounce again, allowed appeal.
And the umpire is not interested in that appeal.
What do you think that?
Really risky shot there.
Is it heading down the leg
I think
side?
it's going down the leg side. Yes, you can clearly see it's going down the leg side. I think he got some bat to it as well. Oh, and that's a beautiful shot there by Theo Edwards, as signal a no ball by the umpire as well, and 4 runs. Let's have a look at the replay there, and pulled away, getting him closer to his century.
He's just 1 short now, and I was just wondering if they could have brought that bowling change. 3 short. Signal 4 by umpire Daniels. Thought for a moment it went all the way.
And a no ball.
So 5 to the total, 4 to Edwards. So he's on 97. Cut away. Opportunity here to get to his 100. There's a chase around in the outfield. It's not going to go to the boundary.
He does come back for the second, bring him to 99 here at the National Cricket Centre.
This is going to be a very well played 100 here if he does get it.
I really hope he gets it, Billy, as he shows what it means to have a captain's knock here. Seen that 5 wickets is down, and he held his ground for his team. And a beautiful shot there, and yes, Theo Edward brings up his 100, brings up his century. As you can see, he is there celebrating. Oh, and he has to get back in his crease. And here he's celebrating his 100. Really, really happy. Really, really happy. He's calling his little celebration there with his butter. He will definitely be happy that Tyler Vinay did stick it out with him. Building a really good partnership here. Really, really good batting and really, really good performance from the youth here in the Caribbean. Theo Edward and Yakub has 1 more ball for his delivery.
This over's gone for 8 runs from Yakub. Final delivery to come in the over. Short, and it's punched through the offside.
The fielder is giving chase, and just a single will be enough there for them as we get ready to go into the other over. 100 runs off of 92 ball, 15 fours, Billy. 15 fours from Theo Edward.
And this is exactly what you want to see. He's played the under 19 level, coming back down to the under 17 level. And you want to see him bringing that experience and exposure he had at that higher level of play down to this level. He's captaining the Windward Islands team and showing his merit, showing his temperament as well. He has scored it off of 92 deliveries, but we have not seen a shot in anger here. It's shot strokes that were timed perfectly. There was good technique in his play, and a well-deserved 100, it has to be said. And he's shepherding his team to that total over 200 runs. They 171 for 5, losing 4 wickets for 31 before lunch. But he has been there, and a good partner he's found in Veneer as they push this partnership past 40 runs. And the captain is looking to take his team closer to that 200 run mark. The 50 run partnership coming off of just 77 deliveries. Now we saw 3 full tosses that were put away, but by and large it's been a good spell from the 2 spinners. They had marched by the stroke play as well, as this one is played out to Hetmeyer and no run. And have a look at that technique there from Gurney. Back and across, a nice high elbow, playing the spinner off the back foot. He's not afraid to play him off the back foot and use the depth of the crease. So he's looking good here, Tyler Veneer.
I think he's not taking any chances. Seeing that it is Dave Mohabir's first over, just trying to, see him out. But a really quick single taken there between the 2 batsmen.
Yeah, while we were just discussing the 100, Dave Mohabir has been into the attack, the off-spin bowler.
Oh!
And he's trying to fashion a scoop over his shoulder.
And I think he has hit himself in the helmet as well, Billy. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yes, he did.
And it's almost, we're talking about the good temperament of this show, and then he just pulls a shot out like that. And there's no need for it as he continues on, firmly in defense this time. His captain would have to remind him that there's a job to do here. There are bonus points on offer in this 2-day competition. 3 rounds of games. 2-day matches. And there is bonus points in place. So you'll want to get to totals of 200 and try to push to 250 to acquire batting bonus points. So the end of that Dave Mohabir over. And just a single, 172 for 5. The captain on 100. And Tyler Vinay on 17.
And Navrindra Sankar is back into the attack on the other end.
So interesting change there. Yakub has taken 3 wickets from that end. And he was swept a couple times in his last over. And a change of end for the leg spinner. It's a faster delivery, push through. So now they brought the long off up to mid off, and the deep cover is inside of just around 30 yards or so from the bat, as this one is off the inside edge. Googly delivery, playing off the back foot, comes off the inside edge. The wicketkeeper does the chasing and come through for a couple runs inadvertently. So they're not giving him the single anymore now that he's gotten to 100.
Yeah.
And they brought the field in, just 2 in the deep at long on and deep mid wicket. So just a period of play there that was quite perplexing to me. Good delivery outside, not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. As we remind you as well that the West Indies senior team, this one is played away for no run. West Indies are taking on Pakistan in that decider, the 3rd ODI, taking place at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Dot delivery here is just not too far from where we sit here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva. And the West Indies are 281 for 6 after 49 overs. Captain Shai Hope. It's another dot delivery here. Captain Shai Hope not out on 114 off of 91 deliveries. And Justin Greaves, the over comes to an end here, 174 for 5, 39 overs. Justin Greaves not out on 37 off of 21 deliveries. Ruston Chase was dismissed for 36 off of 29. And Evan Lewis earlier on 37 off of 54 deliveries. 181 for 6 the West Indies going into the final over in that 50 over ODI match. Shai Hope at yet another ODI 100. He now has 18 ODI 100s, the West Indies captain. So he's nearing some targets. Shai Hope, Brian Lara with 19 ODI centuries. As Muhabir picks it up from the southern end, bowling to Edwards on 100. This one hit along the car. What a good looking shot here from the captain, Edwards. He's just adding on to his 100 here with some class. Driven firmly, over pitch delivery from Muhabir. Stroked out past Hetmaya at extra cover. Sanka, in fact, it is at extra cover. And it goes into the boundary. Travel rapidly into the boundary for yet another 4 from Theo Edwards. Takes him on to 104, 178 for 5. So the captain doing exactly what his team needs, carrying on from this 100. So the next target in sight for Shai Hope is Christopher Henry Gale with 25 ODI 100s. Edwards admonishing himself that he wasn't able to work that delivery onto his pads for an easy single on the onside. Just 3 fielders in the deep on the onside for the off spin of Muhabir. And one is just sitting on one of the pitches short at mid-wicket. Then there's a deep mid-wicket and a long on the onside. Just 3 on the onside. Quite competently, Edwards just strokes it out in defense on the offside as the 40th over comes to an end. Partnership 58 between these two. And Veneer on 19, partnering quite well with his captain after the loss of those 4 wickets. The score now 178 for 5.
Really good communication out there, Billy. Really good connection. They're doing what they have to do for the team at the moment.
Yeah, I was just wondering, perhaps thinking about bringing back the opening fast bowler after the luncheon interval. It was spinners that took up the attack, and Muhabir been introduced, and Sanka has now switched ends, taking over from Yaqub. So no sign of Mika Amsterdam. He bowled 6 overs and picked up a wicket for 22. Many a times after lunch we see your strike bowlers, your fast bowlers just coming for a couple overs. Not yet. It's a good quick delivery there. Romario Ramdehol is into the attack. So Sanka has been pulled out of the attack. And off-break bowler, the captain, the elder brother, Romario, brings himself on. One slip in place. Again, fully forward is Edward.
I must commend Tyler. 19 runs or 59. That takes a lot of patience to do that. And a strong skill technique of defense, as you're seeing here. So he also showed the skill of being able to work the ball around the field.
Six fielders on the offside. And it's turned into the onside, and there are going to be a couple of runs here. Well managed by Veneer, just letting the ball come to him and turning it around the corner for deep square leg to do the fielding, and just 3 on the onside as we mentioned. So there's a lot of room there, and manipulating the bowling quite well there, Veneer, quite competently.
Working the gaps, getting the quick singles. Who knows, Billy, he might be moved up the batting order after the escape.
Well, we were to put it in perspective, as the over comes stand in 180 for 5 after 41. A good over there from the captain around the hall. He did receive 2 full tosses just after lunch in the first over, but you still have to put away bad balls, and he did so quite competently for 2 boundaries on the offside, and then overcompensating was Sanker. Pushed the 5th delivery onto his pads, and he worked it quite nonchalantly around the corner, tucking it away down to fine leg for 4. Again, a good exquisite shot from him, and that was 12 runs that he got in 3 deliveries off of 21 out of the 20-run runs that he scored. And quite rightly, as you said, he's been there for a further 59 deliveries, if my mathematics are correct, and he's looked quite competent in defense off of the back foot and partnering quite well with his captain Edward, and at times we think that we want to push them up the order, and it's because of where you bat in the order. It might just be a fraction first. I just want to turn around the corner from Edward. Is this time they're going to look for 2, and they are going to get it. A ball angled into the pads by Muhabir, and a couple of runs around the corner to short fine leg. Edward now this time down to Ram at long on. So the field quite spread for Mohabir now. 4 in the deep, 2 on the onside and 2 on the off, as only the long on comes to mid on for Veneer. We've been speaking about him for the other 59 deliveries. He's looked quite competent, rotating the strike and solid in defense. Good fielding there from Hetmeyer, is it? An extra cover coming around to cut off the thought of a single, as it was punched competently off the back foot by Veneer. And long off is now coming on to mid off. Just closing the gap on the offside, trying to build some pressure here now. On the number 7 batsman. And as well we mentioned Tanveer. Veneer as well, bringing his experience from the under 19 level down to bolster the Windward Islands under 17 team. And you're seeing it's a good piece of work here from the first slip, as he just dabbed it, trying to beat him to get a single. But good piece of work throwing the stumps down from first slip. End of the over. 42 gone, 183 for 5. And using that experience he gained in St. Kitts, the recently concluded CWI under 19 tournament. Tournaments that saw Barbados emerging victors.
We say the batsmen are doing a really good job out here since the last wicket fall at 120 runs. 63 run partnership between these two. Brilliant batting, very good teamwork.
The batsman to come in next as well, Cody Fontenelle, has been part of the Windward Islands under 19 setup as well, just recently concluded in July. So a lot of strength here in this Windward Island lineup. First slip coming into play, that dab shot. Mohabir himself, after coming out of the attack, sits in first slip. 5 fielders on the offside for Ramdehol, so he's made a change. There's a loud appeal here, and he was not playing a shot. as that one spun back into him from outside the off stump, perhaps doing a bit too much as we have a look at it here, Tanvir. That's very close. Now, was he playing a shot and did it strike him outside the line? If it did strike him in line and it was doing a lot in terms of spin, might just have been beating the leg stump. And this one is disappearing in the outfield. It's pulled from outside of the off stump, and Theo Edwards pulls out a shot, a vengeful shot after that appeal, and spanks it into the boundary for 6. His third 6 of the innings, hit over deep mid wicket. There's a fielder out there, but he's hitting with the breeze, and he could only look and retrieve it beyond the boundary. Third 6 in the innings for Edwards as he moves on to 113 of 105 balls. And in stark contrast, firmly forward defensive and with a swan-like pose after, he's thoroughly enjoying himself out there in the middle. And why shouldn't he? He's on 113, not out.
Well, see, Billy, we are seeing a lot of talent, a lot of skills from these youth players here on the 17 partnership of 69 of 112.
So Ram the Hole coming back into the attack, and
189 for 5 after 43 overs.
not exactly the impact he wanted to make coming back into the attack, the captain. He's been hit away for a 6. Previous over he was swept for 4 with a ball angled down the leg side, so he hasn't quite got the consistency just yet, the captain, with his off spin deliveries. And it has to be said, he's bowling against 2 very well set batters out in the middle.
I think I'm starting to agree with you, Billy, that they need to maybe try bringing back in the pace bowling into the attack to try and, shake things up a little, mix things up.
And particularly after lunch, the ball would have been just around 30 overs old or so. And the prerogative of the captain as well as the staff was to continue on with the 2 spinners that did take wickets. But they had a bit of a shaky start after lunch. And we had a thought of just bringing back your leading fast bowler just for a brief spell. The ball is now into its 44th over. So just about halfway through of being changed for a new ball. They do decide to take it. And if the innings does get to that, 5 wickets down. But that is off in the distance. And right here, right now, Veneer is looking quite solid on 21. And there's been 24 fours in the innings. And 16 of them have come off the bat of the captain at the non-striker's end. And 3 off the bat of Veneer. Thought for a second the single might have been on. And if your partner is not running, then the answer is no. As the over comes to an end, 189 for 5. And it's in that danger area, Tanvir, where either to point or square leg, both batsmen you think will want to make the call. So you're not quite sure whose call it is. But one thing you tend to teach the youngsters when you're training them for running between the wickets, if your partner is not running, then the call is no. You can't run it by yourself, you'll be run out.
Exactly. There must be that level of communication and connection within the wicket.
Bit of a symbiotic relationship in the calling. And they did it quite well on that occasion. Veneer wanted to come through for the single, but the captain at the non-striker's end saw that the mid-wicket took off very quickly toward it and didn't want to risk it. Ramley Hall continues. In into his 8th over now. This time he's lifting it down, Edwards, to Sanka down at, or Yakub is it, down at long off. Interesting that they dropped him back for the off-spin bowling around the hall from mid-off to long off. He was close to the bat and mid-off the previous over. He's come back in now, in the 30 yards from the bat. And this one is dabbed past the first slip. Doesn't have the legs to go for anything more than a single.
There's also really good fielding out here from the Guyana team as well, Billy.
From what we've seen, the whole continues. Lifting it this time. The man is coming around. He takes the floppy hat off his head. Diving attempt on the boundary edge and cannot take the catch. But a valiant effort in the end, lifting this one down the ground, was Theo Edwards. He's brimming with confidence now. He's backing away as he hit the shot, thinking that he's hit it all the way. I'm just conferring the umpire if it has gone all the way. No, it just landed, did it? One bounce inside, which is interesting. So perhaps he got a hand onto it. This time he's punching off the back foot as another fielder drops out in the deep to the deep cover. And he can't get a single. Just wonder if he got a hand onto it and knocked it down inside the boundary rope, and it still went over for 4. So a valiant attempt from the fielder out there. And I think it's Yakub, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's exactly what the bowler was aiming for. That is why the fielder was there, placed there, Billy.
And this time again past the first slip. It does have a little bit more pace on it this time. And they are going to come for a quick 2 and get there in the end. Sanka was giving chase from backward point, and it was slowing up in this lush outfield, and couldn't prevent the batsman coming back for 2. Takes the total on to 198 for 5 and 45 overs gone. Vernier on 24, and Edwards starting to accelerate even more now, if that was possible, on 119 of 112 deliveries. He's been for much of this innings with a strike rate of over 100. It's been quite impressive. And not too far behind, it has to be said, in terms of deliveries faced, is Vernier, who's faced 74 deliveries for 24. You're going to see a bit of a adjustment in the field for Dave Muhabir. He's coming in for his 5th over. The man at cover moves the deep cover point for the off spinner. It's hit down the ground to long off. I was about to make the point and view that shot from Edwards in the last over that landed inside the boundary rope for 4. He's hitting against the turn and to the stronger side of the fielder, hand of the fielder at long off, and against the breeze as well. This one is stroked along the pitch. And a very interesting choice of shots from the captain, Edward, who was on 100. Against the breeze, against the turn, and to the favoured side of the fielder in the deep. No run here.
That
again.
shows that Edward has confidence in his shot, Billy.
Well, he certainly is confident.
Confidence has almost ended his play in this innings as the fielder was placed there.
Exactly. This one is dabbed to backward point. They come through for a single, and the throw to the non-striker's end. And a weak throw has to be said, and they were through for the single. And again, we're talking about that position in the field, backward point and the calling. The call was early. It was to the fielder's left. And through quickly was Vernier. In fact, Edwards, it was calling through for the single.
And that brings up their 80-run partnership as well as 200 for Team Windwards here. 200 for 5 and 46 overs.
So they're taking a little bit more risk not just in their stroke play, but calculated risk in terms of the running, and they've done it quite well, as it's not quite yet a drinks break.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Billy. Is points being awarded for different milestones in the innings? 50, 100s, 200s, 3 wickets, 5 wickets?
Well, funny that you mentioned it, because we do have the privilege of having Mr. Junie Mitchum alongside us, overseeing this under 17 Rising Stars tournament. So he has sent us the playing conditions, and we will just dive into it just to see exactly what the point system as soon as we get the opportunity, we will just look into it and update all our viewers as Romario Ram the Hall continues on.
No, the correction there, Navindra Sanka is back into the attack, Billy.
Ringing in the changes is Ram the Hall after he was struck for that 6. Although it was an opportunity for the dismissal of Edward, he's pulled himself out of the attack and brought back in the leg spinner. So this is his 3rd spell changing ends. Sanka, interesting.
Correct, Billy. Flighted there, and you can see there's a little drift in the air. Just have a look from our commentator's box here that there is some heavy breeze at the moment, so maybe that could help the spinner in his flighting of his ball.
It's been a tight over so far from Sanka, being reintroduced for his 3rd spell as it comes to the over comes to an end, and just 1 run in that Sanka over, with the 200 coming up in the previous over. 201 for 5, the Captain Edwards on 120 of 115 deliveries, and good support at the opposite end. Tyler Vinay's on 26, and not just impressive the runs he scored in this innings, Vinay, partnering in with his captain, is a number of deliveries he has faced in his stay at the crease. And he's looked quite competent in his 83 deliveries thus far, off the front foot as well as the back foot, and showing good technique as well. A nice high elbow, using the depth of the crease well in defense and in attack. For the 2nd time we've seen him opening the bat face now to rotate the strike past the first slip and to the left of the left-handed point fielder, and he gets off strike. Total on to 202 for 5. There is still a long off and long on. Deep mid-wicket in place. The cover is now dropping back to the boundary. So it's a wide delivery outside of the off stump. Edward extravagantly leaves it alone. This time he's playing a booming drive. There is an appeal. There's a throw at the stumps. His back leg is firmly anchored, so no opportunity of a run out. He was not attempting the run And a lot happening in that delivery from Mahabir. He's onto the front foot. A booming cover drive. There was an appeal, and I'm not sure if he got any bat onto it. It ricocheted off the wicketkeeper to first slip. Perhaps a bottom edge into the turf, onto the wicketkeeper to first slip, who then threw the stumps down. And none of it results in a dismissal. 0 over comes to an end now with that final dot delivery. 1 run in the over. Score 202 for 5. 48 overs gone. Just want to have a peep into the mindset of the captain, Theo Edward here. We've seen him hit a 6 a couple of overs ago. He's looking to let loose, become more aggressive. A big booming drive in that last over. He's now fashioning a reverse sweep. Just hope he's not getting too bored out there. He's on 120. He still has a job to do, the captain, for his team. It's Vernier who strokes it elegantly out to the man coming around from deep cover. Can't prevent 2. But he did have to make the captain, Edward, hurry into the non-striker's end with that chase around and through to the non-striker's end. Can't prevent the 2, but making them work for their runs from out in the deep as Vinay adds to his total. And this time paddling it around the corner, and almost as an afterthought, the man off of the deep backward square boundary comes off the boundary to retrieve. Perhaps he thought it was coming to him a bit quicker than it actually was. And just a single to Vinay's score takes him on to 30. And the total on to 205 for 5. We're in the 49th over. The leg spinner Sankar into his 10th over. I believe he's bowled 3 spells. 1 from the southern end, and 2 different spells broken by the off spin of the captain Ramdahal at the northern end. And this is another lift, turn and bounce. And a good take from the wicket keeper, Shama Apple. There is another wicket keeper in this lineup. This one fetched from outside the off stump, trying to pull it around the corner. It balloons into the onside next to the square leg umpire. The man from mid-wicket cannot get around, neither can the wicket keeper. It was seen to be in the air for quite a while, but landed in no man's land, and the 2 batters just converge in the middle just to reinforce the partnership with a fist pump, showing them it's the last over before the drinks break, and you want to be there for that drinks break, minus the risk. In the 49th over, 1 ball to come in the over, and push down the ground to the man coming off the long on boundary for a single, and that'll take the total on to 207 for 5. 49 overs gone, and drinks are coming on to the field. The captain is not out on 121, and Vernier not out on 31, in good support of the Windward Islands captain. Windward Islands just coming back after lunch, strengthening their position, which they did start a very healthy position, 2 for 102 when the second wicket fell, with the openers putting on 58 runs in the opening partnership, losing 4 wickets in just about 31 deliveries before lunch. 4 for 31 the wickets fell, and a good partnership here from Edward and Vernier, resurrecting the innings as they take it past 200. And drinks are on the field. Tanvir?
Just a little update from the game that's being played at Presal. The Trinidad and Tobago under 17 versus Barbados under 17. Barbados won the toss and opted to bowl first, having Trinidad and Tobago 134 runs for 5 in 42 overs. We'll be back with more action after this break.
back here live for this encounter between the Windward Islands under 17 and the Guyana under 17 team doing battle in this 2-day regional tournament of the CWI Rising Stars. We are in the National Cricket Centre in Balmain in Trinidad. Trinidad hosting the under 17 regional tournament yet again. It's become the home of the under 17 regional tournament, Trinidad. And the two batters out in the middle have looked quite comfortable in that hour after lunch. And at the top of his game is the captain of the Windward Islands team, Theo Edward, not out on 121. And at the opposite end, lending not just good support, but he's been aggressive when he needed to be, when he needs to be. Tyler Vinay on 31. And he is facing up to Dave Mohabir, who's into his 7th over. None for 11 he has. He's been quite miserly. Just hit for 1 boundary in his spell through extra cover. And he's been bowling with 3 fielders on the onside as well. And fielders on the offside. Mid-off, extra cover, point, and a first slip in place. Comes off the inside edge, balloons into the onside, and the short mid-wicket has to do the fielding. They get a single, as it's just 3 on the onside. Nobody near umpire Vicky Daniel at the square leg, as the mid-wicket is standing in the square close to the bat, just about 15 yards away from the striker, and the deep mid-wicket, a straight deep mid-wicket on the boundary and a long on the onside. As Edward comes in to strike, the cover now makes his way out to the boundary. So 2 out in the deep for the captain Edward, 1 at long on, and it's a deep cover point in fact, and that will do it for 50 overs. 208 for 5. The Windward Islands winning the toss, opting to bat first. And after having a good start, the opening partnership between the captain Edwards and Thomas. Thomas went for 27. And the loss of that wicket with the score on 58, it became 2 for 102. It represented a good start for the Windward Islands in the first 2-day game for them. And then they just stumbled along the way with Charles going for 13, Jonathan Daniel for 5, JB Wickham for 1, and Bartholomew for no score. Tanvir Danpal alongside me here, and it's been a good fight back from these two out in the middle.
Yes, Billy, it's definitely a match that worth watching, and you've gotten your pace attack as the opening bowler Mika Amsterdam is back into the attack here to try and create some havoc in this innings.
Perhaps with that Gins breaker message coming out as well to Captain Ram the Hall. Just because we've saw a number of changes at that northern end. Spinning changes it has been. That's a good start here from Mika Amsterdam.
I think they read your mind, Billy.
Well, if they did, they would have brought it in about 5 overs ago. We saw Sankar coming on for 2 spells. The captain Ram the Hall bowled a couple overs in between. And the 2 batters were looking quite comfortable. We have pace on the ball now from the towering Mika Amsterdam. It's a short delivery. There's a first slip in position, but it's gone to point, and a throw. Trying to effect the runner, but he's home.
Good backup there by the fielder.
Actually thought that might have been closer than it looked.
Could Amsterdam create upset here by either dismissing Edward or Vinay? I must say these 2 batters are doing really well.
Well, the only way they look like getting out is via a run-out route, because they look very solid. And they have to remember, with the pace bowler on, the ball will travel quickly to the fielders. solid defense here is the captain. That one was played out to Fiaz Bash there. In fact, it's Prameshwar Ram at backward point. Now he's a bit deep, hence called through for the single did Edward, but he was onto it quite quickly. He picked it up at a comfortable height, and his momentum took the throw in very quickly to the stumps. So good delivery here. Yorker delivery, dugout, and good cricket all around as they go for one. They're going to come for two, and it's excellent running from the pair out in the middle. They started off slowly as the mid-wicket was coming around, and he left it for the long on to come in. Now the ball was somewhere around 40 yards between the two, and they used the opportunity, the batters, to squeeze out a second run as they saw the fielders were just a bit slow to get to it. So they are fully in the wide away club, the two batsmen out there. And he's lifting this one on the onside. They're going to come for one again. They're going to look for two. The call is yes. And a wayward throw to point. Not to the wicketkeeper.
They're definitely milking these runs here. Billy, I must say, between these two batters out here, they've faced a total of 221 deliveries, which is approximately 36.8 overs. And they are more than seeing the ball here. They could more than afford to make these quick twos as they were just rotating the singles on the spin.
Amsterdam, and it's a no run, looking to drive. And yes, it's the end of the over. Just waiting for umpire Daniel to hand the hat off to the bowler, Amsterdam. So just two twos in the over. 1 for 27. He has 213 for 5. 51 overs gone. And Tanvir, that would be very good news for Cricket West teams, because this is exactly what they would want to see. That the batsmen, even the lower order, coming in at number 7 Veneer, can build a partnership once there is a top scoring batsman, a recognized top order batsman out there to partner with. And to resurrect their innings, they were losing wickets just before the lunch, but these two buckled down to cement the decision to bat first, and doing it quite well, and exactly what the two-day competition is about, to get batsmen to bat longer, show more temperament, better temperament, as well as to be able to negotiate the different type of spin bowling as well as fast bowling. You've seen the wrist spin of Sanka into the attack. He's taken a wicket, the left arm orthodox Yakub, and now the fast bowler Amsterdam. So a good display of different types of bowling out here at the National Cricket Centre, matched by disciplined batting out there in the middle.
Oh, very good defense there from Tyler. And like I said, Billy, just to add to what you're saying, a top order batsman showing his skill and technique at this point in the two-days game, especially at the age of 17, under 17 tournament, and being able to have a strong partnership so far. I most believe it is 93 runs partnership from these two, and out of 51.2 deliveries, they have faced a total of 36.9 by themselves.
You're quite right, and they've not been able, the dot delivery there, and they've not been shy of playing aggressive strokes when the ball was there for that type of shot. So they're playing each ball on its merit, trying to break pressure and rotate the strike as well. Just exemplified by that shot there. He's looking to work the ball with the spin into the onside, with 3 fielders on the onside to get another single and rotate the strike. So it's good thinking, good batting as the over comes to an end. 213 for 5.
Like you can see from, and here's the points table we were talking about earlier, Billy. Batting points, if a team total makes it 250 to 299, they will achieve 1 point, 300 to 349, 2 points, and 350 plus. In these 2 days, they'll get 3 points, and 5 to 6 wickets, 1 point, 7 to 8, 2 points, and 9 to 10, 3 points. Oh, beautiful Yorker there by Amsterdam as he comes back into the attack to start off his over. And I must say, Billy, seeing these two batters out here in the middle play, Theo is not afraid of going really aggressive and going after his shots, playing his proper technique. And then their style is also playing a really good technique, but also working the field and working the singles. And you're not seeing too much of aggression from Tyler. You're just seeing he's using the pace of the ball. He's, just working it around the gaps. And that gets Theo 4, brings up to 129 runs. Let's have a look at that again.
Right on cue there, Tanvir, as you were mentioning it, working the ball into the gap. And he got that one very fine. And the man at long leg couldn't come around in time. There's pace on the ball from Amsterdam. And it goes into the boundary for 4. So Edward continues on his merry way. 129 he has, 217 for 5. And quite rightly you said, they managed to work the ball into the gaps to have continuous scoring in the innings. And this is lifted. There's a man out there at long on. He tries to settle under it. It goes over his head into the boundary. It was pitched on that length where he could pick it up. And this is the temperament of the captain. He lifts it high in the air, got a good connection, full face of the bat, and over the rope at long on for 6. Amsterdam being brought into the partnership. It also brings up the 103-run partnership with that 6. Amsterdam brought into the attack, and he's being dealt with.
And another shot lifted away there by Theo Edwards for another 4. Guyana is probably thinking, bring Amsterdam back into the attack. And Windwards is thinking, our plan of attack for their attack is to attack.
It's to counter-attack. So it's good cricket here from the captain. As he's had that experience at the under-19 level. And he's in good touch here. And showcasing his ability. Lift one over the onside. The man was set out in the deep. Confident enough that he could beat him. He milled it for 6. And then this time, fractionally outside your stump. Goes over the head of the man at mid-off and into the side screens for 4. So 10 runs in 2 balls. In fact, 14 runs in the last 3 deliveries. And the Amsterdam plan is backfiring. It's a loud appeal here. Playing with umpire Daniel. He was struck on the pad. But I do believe it's heading down the leg side.
So have a look at the replay here, Billy. Slightly angling down the leg side. Just going down leg. Oh, and that's high up in the air. Could be opportunity, and the keeper is settling under it. And he has taken it, and that will be the end of Theo Edwards. But I must say, a brilliant knock from the skipper here. But Amsterdam has gotten the breakthrough of the partnership of 107 runs. Now,
it's not often that you can say you're disappointed with a man making 100, but the mode of the dismissal. He struck 14 runs in the over, and it's a two-day game. And he's trying to get more runs in the over and trying to lift another one over the bowler's head. And instead, I just wonder if it came off a leading edge on the bat. And high up in the air, the wicket keeper, just a couple yards to his right, took the catch. So the ball went behind the batsman. And he's dismissed. And why I would say that it was a little bit disappointing, because we just had a look at the bonus points, Tanvir. And you get a bonus points as we look at the shot there again. And he was looking to hit it down the ground and perhaps off the leading edge of the bat. High up in the air, and a good catch by Shamar Apple. Coming around a high sky, it would have been swirling around in the air as it is gusting a bit out there. Coming out, the wind's coming across the highway from the easterly directions. You can see the player's shirts just fluttering there with the wind. And a good catch taken by the keeper. But you're so close to that bonus point of 250. Between 250 and 299, you get that batting bonus point. Now you're 5 wickets down, you're on 100. You're inching up to that 250 bonus points. Try to get to that bonus points. They've been batting quite well. It doesn't seem as though any bowler there is disturbing them or putting them in any difficulty. And you just want to ensure that you get that bonus point and then take it from there. He was trying to be ultra aggressive, is a term we hear often now. And losing his wicket.
I think Amsterdam has hit that spot. Yakub was hitting right through, and the ball was not, it did not come on properly. It just kept a little low and mistimed by the captain. Gets the edge straight up into the air.
The new batter, Cody Fontenelle, is in. And it'll be interesting as to the approach now of Vinier. He was batting quite well with his captain. But a good knock from the captain. And unfortunately losing his wicket. And in hindsight, Tanvir, I just wonder, as you made the point, perhaps hitting that spot and getting that bit of extra bounce. And can I just say, the ploy to bring back Amsterdam worked. Fast bowler, getting the wicket of the captain.
Let's see if Cody Fontenelle would take up the role Tyler was playing, and Tyler takes up the role the captain was playing and go into a more aggressive approach now. And it's a quick single taken there.
So the captain going for 139 of 133 deliveries. He as well would have been inching to 150 on a personal note. I'm not quite sure what his highest score at this level or in regional competition is, Theo Edwards, but that certainly would have been an opportunity to increase his scoring and his high score. And he was looking so comfortable. He struck 19 fours and 4 sixes.
19 fours, and we have seen 29 fours in this tournament so far. So that means 19 alone came from the captain. I think he will not be pleased with that shot he played. I really believe that he mistimed it.
Hence the mention of the word temperament. It takes one ball to get a wicket. And the captain is gone for a very well played 139. And set the tone for the innings for the Windward Islands as the 54th over comes to an end. 229 for 6, of which the captain got 139 of those. There we can see the run scoring towers for the overs, and that last over that did take the wicket was the highest run scoring over of the innings. And
as you can see here, Billy, that at 120 runs, a wicket fell, and a strong, solid partnership of 107 between Tyler and Theo got them to the total of 227, and that was the fall of the wicket at 227 runs. 107 partnership broken by none other than Mr. Amsterdam.
So he would be quite happy, Amsterdam, that he was struck for a few boundaries, but he had the last laugh. Yeah, and he just pauses here because he's telling his captain he wants the long on in for Vinier. And it's pushed into the onside, and they do get a single. He didn't quite make his way all the way into the spot at mid-on. And they do get the single as the ball was played out to the man there, Gibran Jacob, who was coming off the boundary to get closer to the bat to restrict the single. But they get the single nonetheless. And he stays in that position. So he has a first slip and a third man in place and a deep cover on the offside. It's a good delivery here. Again, they're going to get a single to the man, Yakub, at mid-on. Drop and run, rotation of strike. The most annoying thing to a fast bowler is that rotation of strike and just dropping the ball down. Bowlers think that you should not get a single for a defensive shot. 3 on the onside, can't prevent the single. 2 singles in the over. 231 for 6. The scoring rate has dropped a bit to 4.25. It was hovering around 5 at one point in time. Another good delivery off the outside edge. They're appealing, and umpire Daniel says not out. And it did seem some bat onto that, but I wonder if he hit it into the turf. We'll have a look at it here again. Outside the off stump and under the bat, perhaps hitting the bat on the way down, and the ball into the turf through to the wicket keeper. Not out, says the umpire, and that's my interpretation of it. And I'm sticking to it. Not out.
Amsterdam is really coming back with a good over here, as his over before was really expensive. But to him, it was beautifully expensive as he got the wicket of the captain, Theo.
And this is going to be a chance for a run out. It's played back to the bowler, and they will come through for a single after the ball ricochet. Oh no, after the ball ricochet, there's going to be some overthrows here, and there's going to be 4 of them. But you can't blame the fielders, and as a captain you take that. They called through for the single, and the ball was played back to the bowler on his follow through. Amsterdam picked it up and threw the stumps down at the strikers. Then there was a loud appeal.
Look at that replay there, and a direct hit as well, and they took the single.
Yeah, the ricochet, they were going for a run on the ricochet and the throw to the non-striker's end, and the backup was not in place.
Very, very poor.
Well, actually, I'd say that the backup was there, but the throw went a bit wide of the stumps, and it went into the boundary for 4. That man, Yakub, coming from mid-on, trying to do the backing up. And the mid-off also went around to try and cover, but such was the pace on the ball when it missed the stumps that it sped into the boundary. He could not prevent it. And as I said, as a captain, you take those. It was the opportunity for 2 dismissals. Whipped away on the onside, down to a long leg. And just as they're looking for 2, throw is on the way.
So no confusion on the wicket there, but run cancelled.
So the opportunity to get a wicket via the run-out route on both ends. And I at times during the coaching, I will tell the backup fielders in the youth cricket that I will come back to it after this delivery. It's the 5th delivery. He just bails out of the run-up as the batter Fontenelle was not quite ready.
That's one hammered down an opportunity for a run-out, but they've gotten there really quickly.
And that is excellent calling between the pair running out in the middle. The calling has been quite good in the coverage that we've done, which was just before lunch. We came on to commentary, and it's been good running from all that we've seen out there in the middle. They've judged it quite well, and there's been good rotation of strike, putting pressure on the field, and benefiting from the overthrows as well on that occasion, as that over comes to an end from Mahabir. 238 for 6.
As you can see here, Billy Witten, just between the 25th over or so to the 50th over, you just see an increase in runs without a wicket.
It looks like the Northern Range out in the distance there, the steady mountain climb by the Windward Islands team.
And you were saying, Billy, during your coaching, you were talking about the backup fielders?
I would tell the backup fielder, do not stand behind the stumps, because if the ball hits the stump, it's not going to get to you. Your estimation of where you need to be is the angle from which the fielder is throwing the ball from. If he's moving to his right or to his left, you can't tell where he's going to throw. But definitely, the ball is not going to come to you if it hits the stump. So you have to back up either side of the stump.
Well said, Billy.
And another good single here, putting pressure on the mid-off fielder who cannot cut off the single. Again, good rotation of the strike between Fontenelle and Vernier. And hence, you want to give yourself some distance to
judge the ball
and feel off the rebound of the throw.
And
Swept into the onside.
there.
Nobody's out there, Tanvir, and the first slip has to do the chase. It's going to stop inside the rope. And they're going to look for 3, and they're going to call for it. And Vernier running to the danger end. Excellent running from the pair out in the middle. Takes the total on to 242. And a good display of how to run between the wickets here from the Windward Islands team.
I think we're about to see another display of strong partnership here, Billy, As you can see, they have really good communication within the wicket as well. And they're just 8 runs away from that milestone of points for runs, bonus points.
This pair might have batted. The two veterans in the lineup coming back from last year, having played the tournament.
242 for 6, 55.2 overs.
Yeah, they would have played together for a number of years, from the under 15 level to the under 17 level, and even at the under 19 level in St. Kitts back in July. So good communication between the players out there. There's a bit of bounce here, and again another single. And even the fielders in the ring on the offside, the ball is pushed into the gap, not directly toward the fielders, so they are able to have the time to come for the run, but the calling has to be good and the backing up has to be there as well, and it's all been there for the Windward Islands team. And this one's going to be for a long stride forward and a sweeping shot. The bat coming across, timing it to perfection, down the ground for 4. And he could have put it through extra cover, but decided to just angle his body. He had enough time, and he displaces the cone at the southern end of the ground, almost directly back past the bowler, along the lush outfield here at the National Cricket Centre, into the boundary for 4 as they inch closer to that bonus point. They're 247 for 6, and Fontenelle on to 15. Turning it, they're going to come for another single here. Excellent rotation of the strike. Turned into the onside, breaking the wrist to beat that man at short mid-wicket, and complete another over that not just saw a boundary, but a few singles as well to turn the strike over. As we near to those batting bonus points, 250 to accumulate 1 bonus point, and had Edwards still been there, there was a possibility there still might be to get to 302 bonus points with the batting of these two out there. On the other side of the coin, the Guyanese team, having taken 5 wickets, do have a bonus point in the kitty.
Yes, and with those who may be just tuning in, just to give you a rundown of the Guyana under 17 team: Romario Ramdahal as the captain, Prameshwar Ram as the vice captain, Richard Ramdahal, Lomar Sicharan, Gibran Yakub, Emmanuel Lewis, Adrian Hetmeyer, Shama Apple, Dave Mohabir, Navinja Sankar, and Mika Amsterdam. And we see here Mika Amsterdam is back into the attack after securing the first wicket for Guyana, as well as the most important wicket as well.
Nice line, nice link, and a good defensive shot there from Fontenelle. And as you said, he would have started the innings against Theo Edwards, and he would have finished the innings of Theo Edwards getting his wicket after he scored 139 runs in between. So he got the first wicket and the last wicket to fall so far in the innings. A good take from wicketkeeper Apple, angle down the leg side, and no run. Couldn't get any bat onto it. The towering fast bowler Mika Amsterdam. So he's bowling with the wind to his back from that northern end. It's coming across his left shoulder, adding to the pace that he's delivering with. And the one slip in place, he's been predominantly wicket to wicket. Hasn't bowled too far outside that 4th, 5th stump area. Another delivery, wicket to wicket. So only recently, before So just coming to terms with a potential batting point here. Short delivery, pulled away. The man is out there at long leg, and he cannot get in. In fact, it ricochets off the drain there, back at the fielder, taking his hat off in the end. Looks
Pull
to
away
be
there.
Hetmeyer. Fortunate.
Just have a look at that there. Very close.
To decapitation. Hetmeyer doing quite well and alert enough to duck. He lost his hat in the end, but not his head. So he's still out there.
And
at
that,
long leg.
and that brings up 252, as well as their batting bonus point for Windwards. I must say, Cody Frontenelle is very aggressive, Billy.
And this time
And
it's a loud appeal, and he is going to be. So the first time we've seen him bowl a ball in that 4th, 5th stump line in this spell, and he's gotten the outside edge through to the wicketkeeper Apple. And this time umpire Daniels agrees with the appeal, and he's going to have to go, just as you were saying, he was looking good out there. Cody Frontenelle has to go for 20.
And Amsterdam picks up his 3rd wicket, joining Jakub in 3 wicket so far for this.
Yeah, and I thought he should have been brought back into the attack earlier after the luncheon break.
This doesn't only brings up the batting bonus points for Windwards for 252, it also brings up the bonus points for Guyana for bowling bonus points, which will be 5 to 7 wickets, which is 1 point as well. Am I correct, Billy? 2 points.
7 to 8, 2 bowling points for Guyana now in this innings, which is why I was making the point. You know, the captain Edwards, an excellent innings from him, but he looked in no difficulty at all, and we have to give credit to the bowler Amsterdam for getting his wicket. We're just ironing out the bonus point system here. It's information coming to us, and fast bowling points on offer as well. 0.2 per fast bowling wicket. So quite rightly, Tanvi, 0.6 of a bowling point for Amsterdam. Should have brought him back earlier.
Including the bonus points from the team, which will bring them up to 2.6 bowling points for the team so far. And coming into the attack is the vice captain Prameshwar Ram, pace bowling into the attack again.
So perhaps this one is off the inside edge. 3 on the onside. There's work in the deep to do coming around from long leg. And just a 1 run on this occasion as Desron Mitchell is the batter out in the middle. And Ram into the attack, the opening bowler. And perhaps the message has gone out. They're listening to the commentary, Tanvir, and they've brought back on the fast bowlers just to acquire those additional bowling points and bonus points at that. And Windward Islands now having lost 7 wickets, and they would want to get as close as possible to that 300 run mark to get their 2nd batting bonus point, as Guyana now have notched up 2 in this innings.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery there from Prameshwar Ram, just outside the off stump, just swinging away from the batter. Will he be able to acquire the wicket of Desron Mitchell the same way Amsterdam acquired his wicket in the previous over, getting that edge?
And I quite agree with the introduction of the bonus point system by the Cricket West Indies, and I'll tell you why after this delivery, as he's around the wicket to the left hand. They're playing a miss outside the off stump, and for a fraction of a second, I thought it might have been an outside edge from the bowler Ram to the batsman Desron Mitchell. And
Tyler there is just having a little talk with Desron, giving him a little, a little prep talk, a little hint of what to do into the attack. Tyler is out there, 39 runs off of 111 deliveries, which is really good, showing that he has that strong defense on the inside. Another beautiful delivery there, just keep beating the batter.
Well, that's a peach of a delivery there, just pitching down and beating the outside edge. We're not quite sure from our vantage point if he's getting some movement off the seam or off the wicket. And the ball is 58 overs old, 57.4 to be exact. So not quite sure he'll be getting some swing there, but might just be getting some movement off the pitch. He's certainly getting the ball to bounce a bit off of that good length against the batter Desron Mitchell. He's in again. And this time a bit fuller and stroked out to extra cover. And 4 fielding close to the bat on the offside, and a slip makes it 5. In fact, there is 6. There's 1 man down at third man as well as the fielders mid-off, extra cover, cover and backward point accompany the slip on the offside. A full toss, just perhaps aiming for a Yorker delivery to finish the over off. Misses his length. The batsman misses the ball, and 253 for 7. 58 overs gone, and a good introduction for Ram into the attack. The 2 fast bowlers, opening bowlers operating here for Guyana. And I was going to tell you about why I agree with the point system and the bonus points for both batting and bowling. And if teams get draws, or they get first inning points, or even outright victory, they get a standard amount of points. But those points don't qualify the type of victory that they've had. So if a team wins more emphatically than another team, they get the same amount of points. But with a bonus point system in place, it qualifies the type of victory that you have. And if you are more dominant, it means you would earn more bonus points, which is more accurately reflective of how you have performed in a particular game. Amsterdam. And again, he's searching outside the off stump. So he's adjusted his line to outside the off stump, and a 5th stump line that picked up the wicket of Fontenelle, was it? And he's persisting with that line now, Amsterdam. But that one just a tad wider on that occasion. He got the wicket of Fontenelle for 20. He scored those off of 15 deliveries and 2 boundaries in it, but the rotation of strike and the 1s and 2s was excellent from Fontenelle. Lifting delivery, dab down to third man. Sanka hesitated for a second to respond as he ushered Ram from backward point to do the fielding, which he does, and a single to the total. 254 for 7. And just to add to the complexity of the bonus points, and I'm not quite sure if I understand this portion of it. Have a look at that, Tanvir. In terms of bowling a team out twice inside 160 overs, you can get an additional point. However, if you do not complete your overs within the framework of the over rate, you can be penalized.
So it says if a team does fall short of the minimum over rate.
Good delivery there, beats him. Mitchell, who was striding forward.
It says that if you fall short of the minimum over rate requirement, the team will lose 0.5 points for each over short. And if a team bowls out their opposition twice inside 160 overs, there will be a no over rate penalty applied, even if there is a slow over rate.
On the leg side, flicked away in the air. Sanka coming around from fine leg has to go to long leg position to retrieve. And just a single. Again, 3 fielders on the onside for the left-handed Mitchell as Vernier, the right-hander, comes back into strike, and this left-hand right-hand combination can slow down the over rate with 2 fast bowlers operating. So we'll have to keep an eye on that regulation there, Tanvir.
So from what I'm seeing here and I understanding is that the effort to maintain the pace of play, the teams will be penalized 0.5 points for every over rate. Every over under the rate.
That was expertly summarized, Tanvir. Get a pat on the shoulder there. Thanks for clearing that up. Information provided, of course, from our producer, Mr. Jason Passad, and information provided from Cricket West Indies, Mr. Junie Mitchum, as well, who is accompanying us and our viewing of this encounter between the Windward Islands and the Guyanese team. Just a delay now as an adjustment to the field. Bringing that mid-wicket in closer is the captain, as well as the cover, because he doesn't want them to squeeze out those singles that they have been getting with consistency. Vernier's on 40. Looking to pound it into the pitch short of a length.
I must say Vernier is acting as the wall of the Windwards. 40 runs off 115 deliveries. At 115 deliveries, his captain was maybe 120 runs.
And that puts it in perspective, this innings from Vernier, that the captain, let's take the fact that he scored 139 of those 133 deliveries, but Vernier has been out there for almost as long as the captain. He is on 40, and much of that 100-run partnership, he ran his captain's runs, ones and twos, quite quickly to turn the strike over. And his 40 runs as well has been a good reflection of rotation of strike and good running between the wickets. And he's mixed a bit of aggression with a lot of good temperament in the innings.
And also a lot of patience.
They get 1, they're going to look for 2. It's not there. 255 for 7. As Ram is round the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell. And now the field has again to change over for the right-handed Vernier. He's eyeing up a half century. And every run they can eke out in this 8-wicket partnership will get them closer to that 300-run mark. And surely that would be the goal of Mr. Telesford and Holder, the staff of the Windward Islands team. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Vernier. 3 on the onside as that one is turned into the onside for no run. This is a man coming in at number 7 to bat. He's had that exposure at the under-19 level back in July. And building on his experience in last year's under-17 Rising Stars Championship. And showing excellent improvement in this 2-day format. Dab down. There's some work down at third man on the boundary. Yaqub is out there.
Like I said earlier, Billy, Tyler is playing this game using technique, looking for the gaps, finding the quick singles, and he is having support by Desron Mitchell. He's not there to attack. He's there to hold an innings for his team.
And we've seen similar type of approach here from Desron Mitchell as he's again onto the front foot, turning the wrist onto a ball angling into his pads and get some good timing on it. And this is what the 2-day competition affords us to see, as opposed to the limited version of the game, the 50 overs, which will come later on in the series. 3 rounds of 2-day games allows us the opportunity. This Rams a full toss and cannot get past mid-off as Mohabir does the fielding. Couldn't get to put that one away, Mitchell. But it affords us the two-day competition the opportunity to see exactly what the lower order is capable of with the bat, and how long can they bat for, and can they build the partnerships, particularly if they are batting with top order batsmen in the team, and gives them good experience as well. And leave alone outside the off stump to close off the over from Parmeshwar Ram. And he has 8 overs, 30 dot balls in his 8 overs, 39 runs he's conceded. Hasn't gotten a wicket just yet.
But I would say he's doing exceptionally well maintaining that line and length outside of off stump. He is doing really well maintaining that. It is really hard to do that for some bowlers, Billy. You know, just gently stray could cost you the runs of a wick of runs.
Absolutely, and he's no slouch with the bat either. Parmeshwar Ram.
We have Amsterdam back into the attack. Amsterdam.
Yeah, so continuing on with the fast bowlers, 3 wickets he has. We saw him, that's a good length delivery there. Firm in defense is Vernier. He holds the pose, prolonging it, just to show Amsterdam that he's going to have to come better and try harder to breach the defenses of Vernier. And I'm sure he's going to try again. So in the previous over, he tried to pound one in short of a length. Didn't get much lift. So I think he's trying to find that uneven bounce a bit. But it's a bit fractionally outside the off-stump Tanvir, as you pointed out earlier.
Oh, he's
but again, he's returned to wicket line.
Amsterdam is also probably trying to see, you know, vary his pace, vary his line, vary his length, to see what makes Tyler uncomfortable in the wicket as well.
That's a good point as well. Point well taken. So he's mixing up. We've seen him dig a few in short that Vinay has got around and pulled down. And in fact, Hetmeyer, who was at long leg, has gone now to fine leg, where they conceded that boundary of a short delivery. There he is. He's gone back to that 5th stump line where he got the wicket of Fontenelle, and it's true to the wicket keeper. Play and a miss by Vernier. So he is trying to exploit any weaknesses that he has. He's tested him on the stump. He pushes the other one wide to have him fishing outside the off stump, trying to prize out this wicket of Tyler Vernier, who's on 41.
This is not the first time we've seen he did this to Tyler Vernier. We also see that Tyler is really comfortable facing the Yorkers and the shorter delivery.
And the Apple just fumbles a bit, ball down the leg side, and diving across makes the stop, and they come through for a bye, which Apple does not agree with. He looks across at the square leg umpire, complaining of the decision by umpire Daniel. And yeah, let's not have that out there, young man. And they come through for a single, and the umpire indicated that it was a bye. A bit disgruntled, he thought it came off of something off of the thigh pad or the hip. Round the wicket now to the left-hander. And another good take by the wicketkeeper down the leg side. Changing it up this time, Amsterdam, and going round the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell, but can't get the line right. And diving across to his right was Shamar Apple, who is donning the gloves. I was about to make the point when the wickets fell. There's a young man by the name of Lomar Sicharan in this lineup. He's also a wicket-keeper. He's 13 years old. Bats left-handed. Again on the pads, it's an appeal. Heading down the leg side. Not out, says umpire Daniela. She calls over. And the 61 overs gone. 258 for 7. And there was a couple of warm-up games. There was a trial match for Guyana. Team A versus Team B. Leading up to the selection of the Guyanese team. And once the team was selected, there was a warm-up match between the Ramdahall 11 and Parmeshwar Ram 11. And in a total of 327 rather, in the first innings, young Lamar Sicharan got 91 runs in that total. And Romario Ram the Hall picked up 4 as well as Yakub 3 in that warm-up game. As Ram continues, driven in the air, and the mid-off is fractionally deep. He still has a shy at the stumps, hits the stumps. It ricochets. They could have come for another run on the rebound as Mohabir had to chase after it from mid-on. They decided against it as they already secured the single with the lifted off drive from Vinaya. 259 for 7. And the Ram the Hall 11 in their first innings, they batted first, scored 232 runs. And Richard Ram the Hall got to 97. And Parmeshwar Ram, who's on the ball now, scored 41 in that total of 232 in that warm-up game. And in fact, that game took place last week in preparation before their departure to Trinidad. And Shamar Apple, the wicket-keeper, was given man of the match in that warm-up match. The spinner Sankar picked up 4. And this, I'll tell you why he picked up man of the match in the second innings in that warm-up game. 222 for 4 declared after this delivery. Oh, it's a good Yorker length delivery, missing the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. In that 222 runs, they scored in 36.5 to try and give the Ram 11 something to chase in that warm-up game. And Shamar Apple got to 69 of a 50 deliveries and Hetmeyer 58 not out. And Apple picked up 2 stumpings in that warm-up game that gave him man of the match. Remind you, in a game where Lomar Shicharan, the 13-year-old, kept wicket for the Ram 11. Turning it in the onside, leading edge out to backward point, no run. So Guyana had as well 2 trial games leading up to their selection of their final squad for this tournament. And they were good performances all round from players who were just on the fringe of selection. Special mention to Danish Passad as well as Shane Prince, with good performances in the trials as well as the warm-up matches. And they sit in the reserves for this Guyana team. The vice captain, slow delivery, lifted in the air, 3 men on the onside, over mid-wicket, and it's heading out toward the boundary, and it's going to beat the fielder into the rope for 4. Good shot there by Mitchell, a slow delivery from Ram, changing it up, but it was too slow and seen quite early by Mitchell, and lifted over. Hetmeyer couldn't chase it down from mid-on. It was lifted over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. 263 for 7. Ram none for 44 as Mitchell moves on to 6 off of 17 deliveries. Outside the off stump. This is where he's having difficulty playing, Mitchell. That 5th stump line, 4th stump line outside the off stump. He's played and missed quite a few times. And Ram has produced some Yorker deliveries outside the off stump. If he can just get one of those to angle in from round the wicket into middle and off, it could prove the undoing of Desmond Mitchell, who lives to fight another day. 6 to his total. 42 to Tyler Veneer, 263 for 7. And we are going to see a bowling change as the spell of Mika Amsterdam comes to an end. He bowled another 6 overs on the trot, the towering fast bowler, and picked up 2 wickets in that spell. Now has 3 for 56 in 12 overs. And new bowler into the attack, the captain Romario Ram the Hall. None for 38 he has 1 for 35 he has in 8 overs. Slip in, please. Trying to paddle sweep there is Vanier. So he played that shot a couple times as he has a look around his shoulder, and Hetmeyer is out at deep backward square. So he's eyeing up that area for anything angled into his pads. Tanvir, we haven't seen too many. Richard Ramdahal, in fact, it is into the attack. The younger brother of the two.
Starts off his attack really well so far. 3 dot balls.
There it is, that paddle sweep shot. Hetmeyer has some work to do. They're going to get 1 and come back for 2. And not taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper as he gets into a bit of a tangle with Vanier, who is coming back for 2. Tanvir wonder, he's angling balls into from outside off stump, middle stump into the pads, and he's playing that paddle sweep. The man is at deep backward square.
I think they want the batter to force that pull shot. That's why he has the 2 fielders out on the boundary to maybe get this opportunity to buy a wicket.
I just wanted to ask your opinion. Would you rather have the man still at deep backward square, but just put in a short fine leg to plug that gap for that paddle sweep? And not just...
That definitely makes sense, Billy. Yeah, and maybe within the 30-yard circle as well, so he could cut off a single.
Yeah, the question would be, as the over comes down in, is where would you get that fielder from? It means you're going to have to sacrifice somebody, and I'll take him out from deep mid-wicket and put him in that short fine leg position. And that final over, he's brought in for 1 over. The younger brother of Ramdahal, Richard Ramdahal, he brought in for a 1 over to usher in the tea interval here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. The Windward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat, just as we were in deep discussion about the field placing. And the tea interval has encroached upon us. 265 for 7 after 63 overs.
And just a little quick rundown of the stats so far. Theo Edward, 139 off of 133 balls. Zach Thomas, 27 off of 37. Jordan Charles, 13 off of 30. Jonathan Daniel, 5 off 10. Jamie Wickham, 1 off 8. Kevin Bartholomew, 0 off 1. Tyler Vanier, 44, 128, not out. Cody Fontenelle, 20 for 15. Desra Mitchell, 6 for 18, not out. And not to forget, Micah Amsterdam, 56 runs, 3 wickets. Prameshwar Ram, 44 runs, no wickets. Emmanuel Lewis, 19 for none. Romario, 35 for none. Yakub, 46 for 3. Navindra Sankar, 33 for 1. Dave, 24 for none. And Richard Ramdahal, 2 for none. We will be back shortly after this tea break.
Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre, and we are here bringing you coverage of CWI's Rising Stars Under 17 regional tournament. This encounter between the Windward Islands and the Guyana Under 17 team, and we are day one of a two-day match. There'll be 3 rounds of 2-day games in this regional tournament, followed by limited overs, 50 overs ODIs, and the Windward Islands winning the toss, opting to bat, 265 for 7 on day one. We are about to resume after tea. The 2 batters out in the middle. There's Ron Mitchell is facing up, and he is facing up to Parmeshwar Ram, and partnering with him is Tyler Veneer on 44. Partnering with me is Tanveer Dan Paul here. Welcome back, Tanveer.
Thank you, Billy.
So Ram picking up the attack again. We've been asking for the fast bowlers because Amsterdam came back, picked up 2 wickets, and he was joined in the attack before tea by Parmeshwar Ram, who is yet to pick up a wicket. He's bowling at the lower middle order. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell, as he was before tea, and this time Mitchell, after a few plays and misses outside the off stump before tea, gets one to bite the outside edge down to third man for a single. So he gets on the way after tea, 266 for 7, and the young Tyler Veneer comes on strike. He's looked quite well. He's faced 128 deliveries and gotten to 44. He would be looking forward to getting to 50, Tanvir.
And as you can also see here, Billy, a little cloud cover, and the winds are picking up here at the National Cricket Centre. And maybe this could also work for Parmeshwar Ram in his favour. As we see, he also moves the ball a lot. See if the conditions helps him. And a loud appeal there, and the umpire says no.
Well, you said it, Tanvir. You said it moves a lot, and that one was moving too much as it nipped back off the seam into the right-handed Veneer, into the pad, but heading down the leg side, says umpire Sandy. Umpire Kasif Sandy presiding at the southern end of the ground here at the National Cricket Centre, with umpire Vicky Daniel operating out of the north end. She's had to give a couple decisions already, well, more than a couple. She's given a couple in the affirmative down the leg side as he goes over the wicket to the right hander and can't quite make the adjustment. First one angled into the pads and the second one angled further down the leg side. A bit of a slower ball, Tanvir.
I'm just trying to have a look there, Billy, to see if there was a change in the ball after the break. There was not.
Oh, they're operating with the Dukes 5 3/4 ounce as the ball is dropped by Hetmeyer on relay at mid-off, trying to get it back to the ball as he does some polishing up, drops the ball again. And it's in the hands of Ram eventually. And the ball 63.4 overs old. And this time he gets the line right outside and jogging back a bit, beating the inside edge of the bat of Veneer through to the wicket keeper. It's a Duke 5 3/4 ounce ball using here. It can be changed after 80 overs, and there'll be 90 overs in today's play. And I was going to say light and weather permitting. There is a dark cloud coming across the ground. It's being blown away by a stiff breeze, but it is dark. Doesn't seem as though it would affect play. This one into the pad again, angled down the leg side. There are 3 fielders on the onside, so he wants to get his line right here, Ram, and he'll have the interval between overs to think about his line. As his over comes to an end, none for 45, he has 266 for 7.
This partnership between Tyler and Desron could carry them over to maybe 300 runs, Billy, if they keeps on batting as they are doing at this moment, building a strong partnership inside.
It looked quite promising when the captain was out there. He fell for 139. He struck a 4 down to fine leg, then hit a massive 6 over long on, and the next delivery he went over mid-off for 4. He had 14 runs in the over off of consecutive deliveries, and then tried to hit another one over the head of Mika Amsterdam, and he came off the top edge, getting a little more bounce as assessed by Tanvir Dan Paul, coming off the leading edge, and a skyer that Shamar Apple took a very good catch to behind the stumps, and Richard wicket, they were very much on target for 300 runs when he was out there. And, Ram the Hall, the younger brother, Richard, is into the attack. He's going to continue after tea, only the 1 over before the break. So he's back into the attack to bowl to the left hand, and I suspect that's why he stayed in the attack. The off spinner bowling to the left-handed Mitchell. As they say in today's parlance, it's a matchup. The ball leaving the left-handed Mitchell. Pakistan were in a spot of bother. We check the score during the tea interval here. It's an appeal here, and umpire Daniel, thinking about it for a second, says not out, struck on the pad, perhaps outside the off stump, as we have another look at it. Not out was the verdict.
The current run rate just dropping to 4.13 now at 64.2 overs.
The other games on the way here in Trinidad. We'll start with the big game in Tarouba. West Indies making 294 for 6 in their 50 overs. A century by the West Indian captain. And Shai Hope, 120 not out, carrying his bat for his 18th ODI century.
Just having a look at a loud appeal there, and not given. Just having a look at the field placement used in this over. Just one person outside. Everyone is close to the bat.
Yeah, particularly bowling against the left-handed Mitchell, the lower order batter. Fancying his odds. And not looking to score too quickly after the tea break. So Shai Hope, that game just inching closer to Brian Lara's 19 ODI hundreds. Shai Hope 120. Justin Graves not out on 43. Getting West Indies to 294. And Pakistan just bringing up their 50. 50 for 4. The two openers falling for no score. Saim Ayub and Abdullah Shafiq. Baba Azam not out for 9. And a peach of a delivery from Jaden Seals to dismiss Mohammed Rizwan for no score. As Ram trying to be inspired by that Seals delivery, but again is angling into the pads. Jaden Seals was just outside the off stump. Rizwan was leaving alone, and it seamed in off the pitch from outside the off stump to pick the top of off stump. And it's a top class delivery from a top class fast bowler, exactly out of the coach's manual to pick the top of off, and that he did. Mohammed Rizwan leaving alone the delivery, and he was out first ball. And Aga is not on 27, and it's a better line delivery here this game from Ram outside the off stump and played away for no run. Hassan Nawaz is not out on 9, and I quite like the look of Hassan Nawaz. He's looking for as one good batsman for the future. Pakistan 50 for 4 in 17.1 overs. And this is a deciding game in the 3-game series between West Indies and Pakistan. 1 game apiece. This one cut away, and the third man is in place. Yaqub is out there. Single to the total. When you inches closer, he's on 45 now. And the other game taking place, Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados at Inchanali Park in this under 17 tournament. 178 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago. Lal 26, Salim Khan 24, Darius Batu Singh batting 1 down 19. As Ram, and this is what he was doing before the tea break. His beatings Michelle Bat outside of the off stump, a play and a miss. Score remains 276 for 7. Roberto Baggio for Trinidad got to Roberto Badri, named after Roberto Baggio, the footballer from Italy. He got to 17. The batsman, not the footballer. Riyad Ali Khan 4. Cristiano Ramanan 47, the wicketkeeper, Trinidad and Tobago. He's driving down the ground and a good stop by Hetmeyer at mid-on. They come through for a single. So Cristiano Ramanan continuing on with his good form, got to 47. And Ronaldo Fonilier on 13, the aggressive lower order batsman. And Sion Charles is on 2. Ram is over the wicket and is wide outside the off stump, but a play and a miss. From Vineers, the over comes to an end. 66 gone, 268 for 7. A 1 batting bonus point secured for the Windward Islands and 2 bowling bonus points secured for Guyana, having taken 7 wickets.
Just to add to that, Billy, 2.6 points for the bowling, since there's every 0.2 points for every wicket the fast bowler gets. And we had 3 wickets from fast bowler to 0.6 points, added to the 2 points for 7.
So Richard around the hall is going to continue. There's 26 extras in that Trinidad versus Barbados game. 3 wides bowled by Barbados and 1 no ball. There's 17 byes in the game. We'll run here for that delivery. 3 wickets to Justin Paris for Barbados. So that game taking place at the Inchanali Park in Presal. It's a stone's throws away. Across the highway. I was about to say a pitching wedge distance, but it's more like a driver distance. It's going to be a single here off the fumble of the bowler, and a good piece of work from mid off coming around to do the fielding, trying to get the run out Emmanuel Lewis, and missing the stumps at the non-striker's end. So they get the single in the end. Takes the total 269 for 7. Trying to keep it tight here is Ram the Hole to build some pressure. Forward defensive. We are very close to the Civilla golf course here in Couva, the Bridgeton Castle Golf Club. Another dot delivery here. We are at the National Cricket Centre. Say good afternoon to the President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Azim Basrat, as well as the General Secretary and avid golfer, Mr. Altaf Bash, for hosting us here to bring you live coverage of this encounter between the Windward Islands and Guyana. The end of the Ram the Hall over. None for 3 he has. 269 for 7. And Vernier just slowing down a bit in his scoring rate and slowed down in the rotation of strike as well. Mitchell having 9 of having faced 32 deliveries in the innings thus far.
It was at Billy both batsmen have anchored their position there in the wicket. Tyler is gradually getting to his opportunity for his half century, and Desron Mitchell is just there giving him that support that is needed.
So again, he's wide outside the off-stump ram. He's getting a bit of an extended spell here. He bowled 6 overs in his first spell, opening the bowling with Amsterdam, who also bowled 6 overs, and the pair of fast bowlers were swapped out of the attack. And Emmanuel Lewis came in, bowled just the 2 overs for 19, and we haven't seen him return for a spell as yet. And 5 spinners were used thereafter, wide down the leg side. So just wonder after T Ram. Just might see a change after he completes this over from this end. And at some point, Emmanuel Lewis will return to the attack.
Maybe they can try spin back into the attack again.
Well, there is the option to bowl them in tandem. One fast bowler from one end and spin from the other. And loud appeal, struck on the pad, struck on the boot it seemed like, and a judge to head down the leg side as we look at this one again. I thought this was a good show. Well, the keeper was heading down the leg side, but I just wonder, it was full, did it strike him full on the boot? And although it would have been in front of the stumps, the angle of the delivery from round the wicket from the right-handed ram, judged to be heading down the leg side by umpire Sandy, who is in the best position to adjudicate. So we've seen him bowl that 4th stump line, and at times on off stump getting some good lift and beating Mitchell outside the off stump. But on that occasion, just a fraction wider, and Mitchell doesn't have to play.
Maybe a change in his pace could throw off the batter. Maybe a slower delivery.
We saw him attempt one slower delivery to the left-handed Mitchell, who hit him over mid-wicket for 4. He changed and goes back over the wicket to the left-hander now. And it's even further down the leg side this time, brushing the pad, the thigh pad of Mitchell on the hop to the wicket-keeper, Apple, and no run. And so he does have the ability to bowl it, and couldn't quite execute it as he liked, or perhaps did, but Mitchell saw it coming early and deposited it over the head of mid-wicket for 4, but he hasn't attempted one since. And this time he's lifting it over the head of mid-off, who's going to have to give chase. He's running close to the boundary. He's going to haul it back. Just a chip shot from Mitchell, not quite timed, but got enough of it to lift it over the head of the bowler and to the left of mid-off. And a couple of runs as the ram over comes to an end. 271 for 2. And Mitchell getting a couple of runs there just to break the monotony of dot balls. He's on to 11. He's in double figures now.
Maybe bringing Yakub back into the attack, replacing Richard Ramdehall, might be a really good opportunity here, seeing that he has also bought 3 wickets for his team.
Well, I was wondering that Ram might be due for a change at the southern end. There was a discussion with the wicket-keeper and the captain. So no change yet. Ram the Hall continues. Trying to build some pressure here as Veneer nears his 50. Is Ram the Hall. Slip backward point cover, extra cover and mid off. And on the onside there are 4. There is a short fine leg employed as we were discussing. Pre-tee. Post-tee they have employed that short a fine leg, and we were just in discussion that sweep paddle shot. We would have put that short fine leg in place. However, the deep backward square was taken and put at short fine leg as opposed to the deep mid wicket. So that was the one difference in what we were hypothesizing. And with that delivery, and it has to be said, since he made that fields change and pulled the deep backward square into short fine leg, we haven't seen any deliveries angled down the leg side.
Nope.
And the over comes stand end. They ram the Hall over, maiden over. None for 3 he has in 4 overs, 271 for 7. So Veneer remains on 45 of 144 deliveries. He's been out there for quite a while. Came out to bat before lunch. 4 quick wickets fell, and he is still there. Had a good 100-run partnership with his captain, who went for 139, and he was just on about 37 or so. So he's been inching along since the fall of that wicket. This time he's driven through the covers and is just slowing up in the outfield. So just about 35 yards or so. The grass has been cut and it's quite low in what will be the standard 30-yard ring for a limited over game. But outside of that, just about 35 yards past the square, past the stumps, it's a bit thicker in the outfield. We've seen a few deliveries just slow up, trying to get to the boundary, and again slowed up on that occasion. And Mitchell gets 2 to take him to 13. There's a better delivery here from Ram. It's a delivery that produced the LBW shout in the previous over, and this time got a little bit straighter, and that ball seemed to be tailing in to the left-handed batsman from Ram round the wicket. Of course, that wind coming across his right shoulder would push that delivery into the left-handed batsman. He probably just has the seam, the swing, the shiny side on the outside of the ball to get that ball to swing into the left-hander. Tries again, and this time off the inner portion of the bat, played back to the bowler, who knocks it down with one hand. And you can see now the ball just comes starting outside the off stump and just angling, swinging back into the left-hander. So he is getting some movement, which would justify umpire Sandy's decision of not out for the appeal in the LBW in the last over.
And what's really good about this, Billy, there isn't much wind picking up here. Maybe now it's picking up a little bit, but he was able to move the ball without. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery there. As you can see before this 4th and 5th stump is line.
He's toiled away outside that stumps. One shot driven by Mitchell through the covers that they got 2 meant that Ram would concede 51 runs in his 12.2 overs. But he's come back quite well with 3 dot deliveries after. So he's done away with the trial of over the wicket. He's stuck back round the wicket. And again he's found that line and length to beat the outside edge of Mitchell's bat. He experimented a bit going back over the wicket to try and dismiss Mitchell, and it didn't work. So he's resumed round the wicket now, and he's getting that ball to tail in to the left-hander, but the last two deliveries seem to have turned the ball around with the shiny side on the left-hand side of his grip and get a couple just to move away and beat the outside edge of Desron Mitchell's bat. There's a slip in place awaiting a catch. In the air, and it's over the head of extra cover. And not quite timed, and a half chance really. Mid-off comes around. Mohabir and none of them could take the catch between himself and Lomar Sicharan at extra cover. End of the over. 274 for 7. So it seems as though Mitchell is doing the scoring now, as Veneer seems to be stuck on 45. 70 overs gone. So a new ball available in 10 overs time. Brand new red cherry. Brought to you by Dukes. It's been a return to the Dukes ball in the Caribbean, changing out from the Kookaburra. And it's been a ball that's been much to the liking of the likes of Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals for the West Indies as they climb the rankings in the ICC. The two young fast West Indies bowlers. But it's spin on show here, and it gets the outside edge of Mitchell's bat. They're going to come for two as it went past slip, and Hetmeyer does the chase. Down to third man. 2 runs to the total, so Mitchell continues to score. .276 for 7. 24 runs away from another bonus point. Punching off the back foot, cannot beat cover. Ram the Hall has been quite tight with his line. He hasn't given them a lot of width, but he's been pitching in good areas. And with 3 on the onside as well, a tight line meant that he could afford to have just 3 on the onside as he maintains exceptional control to both batters and gets the odd one to go past the outside edge as well. So of the 5 runs he's conceded, 2 would have been off the outside edge in this over from Mitchell. End of another ram the whole over. 2 runs off the outside edge off of the first delivery, and on the back of a maiden over. Good tight bowling from the younger Ram the Hall, who also incidentally captained the under 15 team for Guyana. There's a bit of discussion out there now. And we were contemplating this change with the Parmesar Ram bowling 12 overs, matching that of his opening partnering open fast bowler Amsterdam. They've bowled, in fact Ram's bowled an additional over. He's bowled 13 overs, none for 52. Amsterdam 12 overs, 3 for 56. So the bowling change replacing Ram now. Gibran Yaqub is into the attack. Short and wide, not put away. He has 3 wickets to his credit. A good change, you think, Tanvir?
Like I said, Billy, bringing back Yaqub is a really good game changer here.
It's a packed offside field. 6 on the offside. There is a deep mid wicket of the 3 fielders on the onside. And he tries to find him but plays and misses. That looping delivery from Yaqub. Pitch and spun across the right hand bat of Vinay. He's stuck on 45 and trying to fabricate a shot there to get some runs and plays and misses.
Although Yaqub has taken 3 brilliant wickets so far.
Lucky not to get called away here, Tanvir.
Although Yaqub has gotten 3 wickets, it was said via the point system that only the fast bowlers will get points for their wickets, none for spin.
Couple deliveries here, just dying in the pitch, offered no pace at all on the delivery from Yaqub, pitching and spinning. And Vanir is stuck on 45.
What do you think, Billy, that Yaqub has found the spot that the ball doesn't lift on both ends when bowling?
Well, that might lead us to believe that he has a particular type of delivery that where he's not offering a lot of momentum to the ball. So he's just holding it back so it dies. There's no bounce from it because he's not, coming over with the arm and imparting a lot of rip on the ball, getting it to go just skinny on a bit, and hence not getting a lot of bounce. Because we've seen him do it from both ends now.
And we've also seen him did what you did before, what you said before as well, getting the rip and bounce. So therefore he has the skill and technique, and he knows when to apply it.
Yeah, we've seen a plethora of left-arm orthodox spinners across the Caribbean now. We have one that was almost ranked. Was he ranked number one? Akil Hussain, ranked number 1 in the world at one point in time in T20 cricket.
Correct.
We've had Nikita Miller for Jamaica. We've seen Fabian Allen, Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti,
Roston Chase as well.
So a new bowler into the attack. A change. Amsterdam, is it back into the attack? Yeah,
yes,
Amsterdam into the attack. Another bowling change. So Ram the Hall used sparingly by his captain and brother. Richard just conceding 5 overs, taken out 5 runs and taken out of the attack. Amsterdam back into the attack and uses the pace of Amsterdam, does Mitchell, and plays it out to third man for a single. So 5 overs bowled, 2 maidens and 5 runs from Richard Ramdo Hall. He didn't manage to keep Vernier quiet at one end. He's been on 45 for a few deliveries now as he comes into strike. He's going to have the strike bowler to face up against Mika Amsterdam. It's a full delivery that he just pats back past the bowler. Seemed to lose control of that one there and not able to capitalize. He's stuck in a bit of a rut here when he got a full toss and can't get it away. Just 3 on the onside, and he's just practicing that he could have hit that one over mid-wicket. It's a very wide open stance.
Tyler is probably just trying to get that 1 run added to its tally now.
Well, that's an excellent Yorker delivery. We've seen him bowl a couple of these, Amsterdam, and squeezed out, and he gets a run. Vernier takes him on to 46. So he's out of that 45 rut. On to 46, 278 for 7. We've seen him produce that Yorker delivery time and time again. And it's good pace coming from a height I would estimate about 7 or 8 feet in the air, when it's because he has a fully outstretched raised right arm and is delivering from a good height as well. It's a nice braced front leg from Mika Amsterdam and fully outstretched, maximizing his height in delivery. Mitchell on 17. Amsterdam round the wicket to him. Short and pulled back to the bowler. The last time Amsterdam fielded off of his own bowling like that and threatened to throw the stumps down, he threw the ball, it hit the stump, it ricocheted to point as they took the single, and then the throw from point went to the non-striker's end and the backup wasn't able to cut it off and it went for 4 runs. So they got 5 runs the last time Amsterdam threw the stumps down, deciding not to on this occasion and completing his over. 13 overs he's bowled, 59 for 3, 279 for 7. Yakub gonna continue. Nice variation here from Yakub. A couple speared in and then one flighted delivery. He's targeting middle and leg stump. Wide open stance from Veneer. And with these dot deliveries, we might just have a 2-minute over. Seen in international cricket, one of the fastest overs bowled. Rajendra Jadeja. This one is short and hit down to Hetmeyer. They come through for a single and he fumbles it. He went down with a long barrier with the right leg down and fumbled the delivery. Even if he had picked it up with his right knee on the ground, he would have had to turn around and change position and to throw the stumps down to stop that run or even get a run out. And it wasn't to be. And they come through for a single. 280 for 7. Field changed around for the one delivery and it's a dot delivery from Gibran Yakub. $74 overs gone. Out of the coaching manual with the long barrier close to the bat, and you want to go down if it's on your, if you're a right hander, you want to go down with your left knee so you can get up and throw in one action as opposed to the right knee. Well, then you'll have to change position to bring the left shoulder across to get that throw in, delaying the throw. Amsterdam back into the attack. Another brilliant Yorker delivery, dug out by Veneer. He's being tested here. Amsterdam back into the attack. Second over in this spell. And dug out. This time they don't get a single, as Hetmeyer is in the way at mid-wicket. But well played. It's a quick pitched delivery, speared into leg stump and dug out by Veneer. Ball now 74 overs old. New ball due at 80 overs. So with Amsterdam being brought back into the attack, just 5 overs and 4 balls away from a new ball, makes it interesting if they would take the new ball at the 80th over. And an inside edge. Oh, there's an appeal. The bowler has not appealed, and the umpire raises her finger, and he has to go over near. He was stuck on 45 for quite a while. He's gotten to 47 with a couple inside edges, and this one pitched up another Yorker delivery from Veneer. The keeper went up. The first slip went up. There was no appeal from the bowler. And have a look at this again. And I have to say, it was a very curious shout. And might just consider himself a bit unlucky there. Could have been heading down the leg side. But he's gone for 47. A good knock comes to an end. He stuck it out. Batted for quite a while, just about over 3 hours. And 159 deliveries he faced. As we have a look at this here again. And I just wonder, would that have been missing leg stump? There was no appeal from the bowler. And he seemed to be backing away outside, clearing the front leg. And the ball angled into him. But of course the umpire is more suited in that position in line. We are off to the side. So can't quite tell what the exact line would have been. And the umpire, and she didn't take long at all to give in the affirmative. He was convinced from the initial appeal that it would have cannoned into the stumps. And it brings an end to what was a budding partnership between these two. He's gone now, Tyler Veneer, for 47. So just 27 runs in that partnership for the 8th wicket between Mitchell and Veneer. And Mitchell is still there on 17. And Amsterdam picks up his 4th wicket, being brought back into the attack. So 279 for 8. New batter out there in the middle. Bjorn Fannis is out there facing up. Ten extras in the innings. Loud appeal again, this time from Amsterdam. Not out, says the umpire. This time the bowler does appeal. And he looks back at the wicketkeeper Amsterdam to say, what was wrong with that? And this one hit on the front pad. And for a second there, Fannis looked like he was in some doubt as to whether he would still be out there. But not out, says the umpire. Judging that one again, heading down the leg side. And I'm in agreement with the umpire on that occasion. Missing leg stump. Another good Yorker. And an excellent over here from Mika Amsterdam. He's picked up his 4th wicket. And 4 for 58 now he has. With the total on 279 for 8. A successful over. Gets the wicket of Veneer. Tyler Veneer went for 47. And in danger here, the Windward Islands, of not getting to that 300 mark and get that additional bonus point. The 8 wickets down across an inch and alley. Trinidad and Tobago 193 for 7 in the 67th over. Sion Charles not out on 8 and Ronaldo Fornilli on 27. The other game taking place in this under 17 tournament. As Yakub bowling to the new batsman Fanis. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Fanis. One slip in place. Some turn and bounce. Pakistan a few kilometers away are 90 for 7 in the 27th over. 7 wickets down for Pakistan, chasing West Indies 294 for 6 in their 50 overs. This one he can't beat the ringer fielders on the offside. This one is going to be some runs here. And it's going to go close to the boundary. It's going to be overhauled by the captain. And we'll just wait for the umpire's signal. Run signal by the umpire. In another shocking result, in the under 19 Cricket World Cup qualifier, USA versus Argentina. Dismissed Argentina for 19. Again, Mitchell cannot beat the ringer fielders on the offside. End of the over, and just a couple runs in the over. Score should be 282. We just check on that for 8, and 76 overs gone. So Argentina under 19 dismissed for 19 runs and in 10.3 overs, and there were 4 extras in the innings. 2 wides, a bye and a leg bye. So 15 runs coming off the bat. And the USA chasing that down in 2.2 overs. They did lose a wicket, finishing 20 for 1. So interesting result there in under 19 World Cup qualifier. Amsterdam to continue here. Short and pulled up in the air off the top edge, and wicketkeeper Apple takes the catch. He waits for the decision, does Fanis, but he's going to have to go. Umpire Daniels indicating that he got an edge onto that as we look at it here again. And losing their 9th wicket now here, the Windward Islands. A good short lifting delivery. And a judge that something came off the bat. Did seem to come off the shoulder as well. Perhaps bat onto the shoulder and through to wicketkeeper Apple, who gleefully accepts the opportunity. And 9 wickets down now with a total of 200 and... do believe it's 82. 281 for 8 after 76 overs, and Amsterdam picks up another wicket.
As the next wicket fall for the Windwards here, just a recap of the playing 11. Theo Edward, captain. Cody Frontel, vice captain. Jonathan Daniel, Bijon Fanis, Zach Thomas, Jordan Charles, Aaron Glasgow, Kevin Bartholomew, Desron Mitchell, Jamie Wickham and Tyler Vinay. And that's
just a bit of confusion here, and 281 for 9, and the fielders are leaving the field, and we'll just have to confirm if the Windward Islands have declared on 9 wickets with the score on 281, and Avinash Narain is out there, the third umpire as well. So perhaps the message has come through. The players have not left the field, and no one else is coming out to bat here for the Windward Islands. So it does seem as though the innings has come to an end. 281 for 9 declared. Very interesting, Tanvir. They're on the verge of 300 runs with 1 wicket to come and an additional bonus point to be had if they do get to 300. But the innings has been declared, so we're not quite sure. Elran Glasgow has not come out to bat. Not quite sure if there's an issue with the young man. And if we do get any information, we will surely pass it on. The coach of the Guyana team is out on the field, and they are going to run through their warm-up drills. And Coach Amir Rahman and Kumar Bisundial out there to go through the warm-up drills for the bowlers and the fielding team, as the umpires are going to make their way off the field as well. So 281 for 9 declared, 76.1 overs. Theo Edwards 139, Tanvir, good innings.
Yes, so just to recap of this innings, like you said, Theo Edward, the captain, having captain's knock, 139 runs off of 133 deliveries. Then we had Zach Thomas, 27 off of 37, Jordan Charles, 13 off 30, Jonathan Daniel, 5 off 10, Jimmy Wickham, 1 off 8, Kevin Bartholomew, 0 off 1 delivery, Tyler Vinner, 47 off 160, Cody Frontel, 20 off 15, Dejon Mitchell, 19 off 61, and Bijan Farnes, 0 off of 10. Not to forget, Mika Amsterdam picking up 5 wickets here, Prameshwar Ram, 52 runs for no wickets, Emmanuel Lewis, 19 for none, Romario, 35 for none, Yakub, 49 for 3, Navindra Sankar, 33 for 1, Dave Mohabir, 24 for none, and Richard Ramdial, 5 for none. We will be back with the next inning starting shortly as the Guyana is warming up to get ready to take the field. Welcome back here to the second innings of this first day of the 2 days tournament, as we have Guyana versus Windward, as Guyana now takes the field to bowl. As Guyana takes the field to bat as they trail by 281 runs. Opening the batting for Guyana will be Prameshwar Ram alongside Lomar Sicharan. Windwards scored 281 for 9 in 76.1 overs, and they have declared. And now Guyana goes out as they trail by 281 runs as we get ready for action in this innings.
First delivery, Prameshwar Ram facing up. So interesting to see. Just have to confirm it's Lomar Sicharan, Elran Glasgow, the opening bowler, who did not come out to bat. Interesting. As the last wicket for the Windward Islands. Very interesting as well, Lomar Sicharan out there in the middle, partnering Prameshwar Ram. Opening the batting for Guyana. He's at the non-strikers end, Sicharan. So 281, and they declared with 9 wickets down, and not opting for the bonus point to get to 300. Left-hander Glasgow is past umpire Daniel from that northern end, and another dot ball to start, and a lot of chirping going out there in the middle. 5 players circle around Ram, who just walks away from the stumps to square leg. There are 2 slips and a gully, a backward point. Down the leg side, pulled away, and the man out there at fine leg does the fielding. That is Bjorn Fannis out there. And again the slip cordon and the gully. Let's take a couple steps in youngster out there, Lamar Sicharan, on debut. This under 17 team. So he's also played for Guyana under 15, as you could well imagine. First delivery. Dab down to backward point. Remind you that he scored in the warm-up games. Scored 91. Playing for the Parmeshar Rams 11. He's going to get off the mark here, turning it down to Fanis at fine leg. First over from Iran Glasgow comes to an end. Two without loss.
Coming into the attack now is Bichon Furness, number 9 for Guyana. Sorry, for Windwards.
It's a very long run up from Furness. One is pushed through with some pace. There's a bit of a skip action in his delivery stride.
He has the support of his teammates as well.
This might be one to keep an eye on. With a good start, bowling to the left-handed Ram. There's two slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. And on the onside there is a straight mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. Fanison again. Bit of a skip step and driven through the covers. He's going to go for one and he's going to pull up inside the boundary. Just a couple runs to Ram now. We just confirm the scores with you as well. Ram should be on 3 and 1 to Sicharan. Total should be 4 without loss. This one is driven past point, and this one will travel into the boundary, and Ram gets his first boundary of the innings. Good looking shot there, using the pace of the bowler, getting that left leg across and stroked handsomely through the covers for 4. The warm-up game preceding this tournament, Ram got to 41 in the first innings of that warm-up game last week, showing that he's in good form here. This is good pace here from Bjorn Fannis, despite having gone for a few runs, working up a good head of steam. Eight without loss. A good shot in the background there of cycling facility. Just to the northern side of the ground, National Swim Center, as well as the cycling facility, and of course the Arthur Bolden football stadium. Cycling velodrome off to the right. Football off to the left, and swimming in the middle. Short and mistimed pull shot to mid-wicket. Just hurried the batsman there. Sucharan, the youngster. Nine without loss, 2 overs gone. Both batters off the mark. Sucharan on strike to face up against Glasgow. Playing it out pleasantly to cover. His left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Reported to be 13 or 14 years of age. The young wicketkeeper batsman. But employed up the order in this game. He is cutting and landing just in front. In fact, it's gone past him, landed in front of the fielder. Veneer it is. At a short point area, it went past him, the piece of Glasgow, and cut away for 4. Good looking drive as well from Lamar Sichan. It's turning out to be the Sicharan show out there in the middle. He's on to 12. 2 boundaries. Just having a couple issues with the scoring. Rectified as soon as possible. Another pleasant looking drive here. It's going to go into the boundary for 4, and that's timed exquisitely. It beats the man to the boundary, and what a good looking shot that was. Bartholomew was giving chase out there to the extra cover boundary, but it raced along the carpet and into the ropes for 4. He's dealing in boundaries here is Lamar Sicharan. it's a slow, short of a length delivery. Doesn't make a lot of height. Tried to tug it around the corner. Couldn't get any bat on it. There are just two fielders on the onside. One at mid-wicket and one at fine leg. And had he gotten anything onto that, could have been his third boundary. So 17 without loss. He's on 16. Short, and this time he gets bat onto it, and Fanis at fine leg comes around and limits the fielding to 1, the batting to 1. 18 without loss as the third over comes to an end. So far, has to be said, Sucharan looking quite good out there in the middle, opening the batting with Pameshwar Ram, who's on 1. Seen a couple exquisite cover drive already from Sucharan. All our viewers back in Guyana tuned into this coverage, and we can certainly see what all the hype is about with Lamar Sucharan. A couple youngsters in this tournament to keep an eye on. He is certainly one of them. Another one is that of Matthew Miller, a 16-year-old from the Leeward Islands, another top performer. As Fanis here, showing good pace. It's quite a long run-up, a bit longer than the traditional fast bowlers run-up that we see, particularly for an under-17 tournament. Two slips in place. They've removed the gully. There's a backward point and a point. So two fielders in that point area trying to reduce his scoring with that cut shot or cover drive. And he punches it to the finer of the 2 points and no run. And there is a cover and a mid-off. That's the field on the offside. And a straight mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg on the onside. It's a loud appeal, not out, says umpire Sandy, as it went past the outside edge, going across the left-hander, Sucharan, and through to the wicket keeper. Just bat thudding into the ground, creating the noise, but nothing off of the willow. And not out, says the umpire. Working up a nice head of steam here is Bjorn Fanis. I make it, he may just have about a 32 yard length run up. And he bowled him through the gate, pitched up delivery, pitched on around middle and leg, and cannoning into the middle stump. And a peach of a delivery here to get rid of the youngster Lamar Sucharan. And it crashed into middle and off stump between bat and pad. And that's a brute of a delivery there. The first wicket falls for Guyana with the score on 18 and a wicket to Fanis. So the first wicket falling here for the Guyanese with the score on 18. And it's that of the youngster Lomar Sicharan. He's gone for 17. And a peach of a delivery there from the fast bowler Bjorn Fannis, prizing out his wicket, beating him between bat and pad. He looked quite good, struck 3 exquisite cover drives and lost his middle and off stump. A ball angled into that zone, good length delivery, just on or about middle and off stump, and starting on a line of middle and leg, angling across and breached the defenses of Lomar Sicharan. He made a big step across the crease, but the pace was the undoing of Fannis. Building up not just steam but good rhythm here, as he almost seems to kickstart his run-up. Speak about batsmen having a trigger, and Fannis has a trigger of his own as he starts his run-up past the umpire. New batter out in the middle there, Emmanuel Lewis coming in 1 down. Just the 2 overs from him, the all-rounder in the Windward Islands innings.
It's a beautiful delivery there, Billy. It's probably the highest I've seen one of the delivery for the day.
But could it be that Lewis is not the tallest of chaps? Have a look at this trigger. Just as he seems as though he winds himself up before he starts the run up, and a skip at the stumps, and does a little bit of jumping jacks out in the middle to complete his over to celebrate the wicket. And 18 for 1, 4 overs gone. It's going to be a bowling change now, and Vernier is into the attack. Had a good performance with the bat, Tyler Vernier. Did see him opening the bowling in previous games last year, and now first change, ball in hand, replacing Iran Glasgow, who had 2 overs for 11. Interesting, reminding you that the Windward Islands declared on 281 for 9. The man who did not bat was the opening fast bowler, Glasgow. So it wasn't because of an injury, because he immediately came on to open the bowling. Slow approach to the crease there is Vernier, and seems as though he delivers all shoulders, off of the shoulders. 1 run to the total, 19 for 1. So 1 run to Ram. Sicharan, who's gone now, faced the majority of the bowling, faced 18 deliveries. Just the 6 deliveries from Ram. He's on 2, still yet to get going really. But Lewis is on strike now. And he's going to get a run here. He's going to get off the mark. Tumbling dive. Gets a hand onto it. And slows it down enough that they decide against looking for 2. So Lewis now is off the mark. 20 for 1. We are in the 5th over. And a left-hand, right-hand combination now. Down the leg side. So a bit of a change in the field with Veneer into the attack for the left-handed Ram. And 2 slips. And again, seem to be employing 2 fielders in the point area. He's not quite in a gully. More of a very fine point position, Cody Fontenelle. And there is, from our vantage point, it looks like a cover point in place as well. As this one is angled across, the cover point comes around to do the fielding, entering into your frame there.
Must say, Billy, Tyler is not taking that much of a run-up compared to the other 2 bowlers, but he's still being able to work some magic with the ball.
Yeah, seems to generate pace off of his shoulder and quick arm action as opposed to momentum from the run-up. It's not a long run-up at all. It's driven back down the ground.
That's the end of the 5th over, 21 for 1.
So news in the other game as well. Trinidad and Tobago continue to bat on. 240 for 8. In 77.5 overs. Fornelia, who was batting well, was dismissed for 36. And Sion Charles is on 35 not out. The young Darren Danraj, son of Trinidad and Tobago former leg spinner Rajendra Danraj, he is not out on 1. And 31 extras in that total of 240 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago continue to bat on. 3 wickets to Justin Paris, 2 wickets apiece to Ralph Lovell and Jahidi Hines for Barbados.
Coming back into the attack is Bijan Fanis.
Just to let you know as well, Pakistan were bowled out for 92 in 29.2 overs, trying to chase down West Indies 294 for 6 in their 50 overs. 3rd and final of the ODIs for the Pakistan team versus the West Indies on their tour to the Caribbean. And West Indies winning an ODI series at home. So Fanis is going to be, in the meantime, here. We're at the NCC, National Cricket Centre in Balmain. Fanis looks to be quite sharp. The youngster, Ram just trying to use his pace to work the ball through that point area. They've actually dropped a fielder out to the 3rd man boundary for Ram. And well, I'm not quite sure if it was intentional because it's a right-hand, left-hand combination. There was a 3rd man in place for Ram and 1 person in point and 2 slips. And previous over from Fanis, we saw that the 3rd man was actually at fine leg and there were 2 points being employed, which is the situation now with their left-handed Ram on strike. Short, attempted at a pull, a play and a miss. So I just wonder if the fielder went to 3rd man thinking the right-hander was on strike and 1 point in place. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Theo Edwards, the captain, opting for the same field he had in the previous over for Fanis.
Not to mention his previous over, the beautiful delivery between bat and pad to dismiss.
Yeah, switch around for 17. He was looking quite good, the youngster. And he was put at the top of the order, I believe 14 years old or so.
Did exceptionally well.
Short down the leg side, and the hands on head. The keeper didn't take it cleanly, and the fielders are wrong. Seem to suggest that there might have been some glove onto it from Ram, and an opportunity being put down. Disappointed as well was Fanis. And so Ram lives to fight another day. So Fanis creating opportunities here, having gotten the wicket. Settling on a nice line and length there, going across. Have a look at the opportunity again. Did he get something onto that? And might have just come off the glove and landing in front of the wicket keeper. So a bit of an opportunity there, half chance possibly, created by Fanis, who was 1 for 7.
Really beautiful delivery there from Bijan Fanis. Magnificent over so far from him. No runs conceded in this over. Up to 5 deliveries at the moment.
As we near the end of the day's play, might just be around 6 overs to go upon completion of this Fanis over. 1 ball to come in the over. It's been 5 dot deliveries. Couple balls angled down the leg side. Drive out to cover, dot ball, maiden over from Fanis to go along with his wicket in the last over. And 6 overs gone, 21 for 1.
Guyana under 17 trailed by 260 runs.
So nearing the close of play on day 1, the Windward Islands would be happy with their progress that they've made during the course of the day, having won the toss, opting to bat and posting 281 for 9 declared, with their captain getting to 139 at the top of the order. And a good knock from Zach Thomas, his opening partner as well. He went for 27, but the pair were able to put on 58 runs for the first wicket. And then at the back end of the innings, Tyler Vernier, a very confident and strong 47 runs, and he batted quite long, 160 deliveries, lending good support to his captain to get that total of 281. And here he is now with the ball in hand, trying to add to his contributions in this first day of this 2-day encounter. And he had good partnership as well with Cody Fontenelle, who got to 20, and Desron Mitchell, who was not on 19. And when he was stuck on 45, he was stuck in the 40s for quite a while, as he comes in wide outside the off stump and short. Not quite able to time it is Emmanuel Lewis, but quite getting used to the pace of Vernier. It's quite contrasting pace between the two bowlers operating currently. Fanis a lot sharper than Vernier. Vernier also coming off a shorter run than Fanis and not generating too much momentum with his run up. Lewis now seems to have an issue as that ball played into the turf off the bottom edge of his bat. Seems to have dislodged a piece of the bat, or perhaps the bandaging around the base of the bat. He's calling for a new bat. He tried the umpire, Sandy, to try and clip off some of what might have come loose. And it did seem as though he's signaling for another bat, but he will carry on. 3rd delivery of the Vernier over. And the bat didn't affect that shot there. He got no bat onto that, playing and missing wide outside the off stump. That back leg didn't get across too much. Play and a miss.
Smart field placement here from the captain. And Tyler's doing his part of keeping it outside of off.
Another short delivery.
Oh, beautiful piece of fielding there from number 31. Sorry,
Bartholomew.
From Bartholomew.
Yeah, the ball seems to be tracking Bartholomew in the outfield. Chased a few down when the Cicheran was at the crease.
Another beautiful delivery there from Tyler. Might be able to pick up a maiden over here, Billy.
It seems as though he just wants to operate at a short of a length and try and pound the ball into the pitch. Bowl a heavy ball to try and limit the scoring, keeping the batsman Lewis on the back foot. And see if he can make it 6 consecutive dot balls on the trot.
And yes, he does. Finishes off with a maiden. Well bowled by Tyler Vinay here. 7 overs, score still 21 for 1.
Bartholomew just enjoying himself, fielding out there in the middle, just backtracking as the ball was played out to him to try and encourage the batters to look for a single. It wasn't a B, and the score remains on 21 for 1 with that maiden over from Tyler Veneer, who's having a good day. 2 overs he's bowled on for 3 and 47 with the bat. He was stuck in the 40s for quite a long time as he lost wickets on the, well, he lost his captain and had to rethink his approach to the balance of the innings. There were 10 extras in that total of 281. But very interesting that Glasgow did not come out to bat, and instead we saw the third umpire, Avinash Narain, making his way out the middle to have a discussion with the 2 umpires to indicate that the team had declared. His fairness will continue. Short ball and pulled away quite competently, and 1 bounce. So did it go all the way? We're landing 1 bounce short of the boundary rope, and he timed that quite exquisitely, getting on top of it and pulling it away. He picked it up quite early, and it was angled into the body and deposited backward of square into the boundary. 1 bounce for 4. Takes him now on to 7. It's under the mango trees and down the hill. As Veneer emerges from the banana patch down behind the indoor training center here at the National Cricket Centre. .25 for 1, and just nearing the close of play. Just when you thought the batsman would try to be a little more circumspect, gets the opportunity to score, Ram, and puts away a short pitch delivery. Sfanis winds himself up, sprinting towards the crease. And a skip step delivers short of a length outside the off stump, and well on top of the bounce this time. Ram. Good defensive shot, playing it out to point off the back foot. So they do maintain the same field of 2 slips and 2 persons in the point area. So there is a gap between point and cover, with the ball angling across the left-handed Ram. So 1 batting point achieved by the Windward Islands, getting to over 250 and they declared just 19 runs short of getting an additional bonus point with 1 wicket to come, and there was still .12 overs left in the day's play. They're playing a miss outside the off stump, minus the 2 overs for the change of the innings when they declared on 76.1 overs with the fall of Vanier's wicket. So interesting as well, Glasgow was padded up to come and bat, and when the wicket fell, he returned to the dressing room and took his pads off. So it was a late decision to declare the innings. So there would have been some strategy behind that. 19 runs away from a batting bonus point, perhaps wanting to maximize the amount of overs they could get to bowl at in the final hour against Guyana, and already picking up a wicket inside 8 overs. So all in all, it's been a good day's cricket. We've seen over 300 runs being scored, and 10 wickets as well, from both pace and spin. The over comes to an end, 25 for 1 after 8. Reminding you, you're listening to Cricket West Indies, Rising Stars Under 17 Men's Championship. The game between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica, which was intended to be played at the Pier Road facility in Shogunas in Central, and the game having to be abandoned due to a very soggy outfield. The outfield looked quite a picture. It was cut nicely, but there were just damp spots and soggy soft areas in the outfield, and determined that not just that it wasn't ready to start play, but as well it would not have gotten any better even with the sun out during the course of the day. It was that much water on the surface. So arrangements are trying to be made to see if that game can be moved to another facility and start a day late, and confirming that the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine at the UWI campus will be used as Vanier starts his 3rd over with a ball down the leg side. So special thanks goes out to the staff and Dr. Anand Rampasad out there at the UE Spec facility, the head administrator across there at the University of the West Indies campus, and the ground staff are busy at work trying to prepare that venue for tomorrow's game. Short and a good lifting delivery. Ducking out of the way here is Lewis, but it's signaled wide by the umpire. So we'll have a look at that again. And she signals 1 for the over as well, umpire Daniels. I didn't realize it was that short of a delivery. We'll have a look at it here again. Well, you have to bowl it over. Lewis did well to get his head out of the way.
Well, that's a better delivery there from Tyler. Emmanuel Lewis on 1 off 11 and Parmeshwar Ram on 7 off of 21. Guyana boys still trail by 255 runs here at the NCC grounds in Kufa, Trinidad.
Another short delivery off the outside edge, and it's taken on the second chance at first slip. And a good catch. Is it Fontenelle there? We just confirmed it's Jordan Charles, in fact, who takes the catch on the second attempt. It was another short delivery. And have a look at it here again. Coming off the splice of the bat. And it was moving away from Charles, who stuck a hand out in the air and knocked it up in the air as he's gesticulating just there. And got a second chance at it and took the catch. So the second wicket falling for Guyana. And Emmanuel Lewis is going to have to go. He got out of the way of the previous short pitch delivery that was signaled wide. And on this occasion, he couldn't get his bat out of the way. Angling in short of a length and rising from Vernier, trying to bounce that ball into the pitch to maximize whatever lift he can get. And prizes out the second guy in his wicket.
And now Navindra Sankar takes the crease.
So we did see earlier on in the Windward Islands innings, the spinners were able to extract quite a bit of bounce at times outside the off stump from both ends, as well as Mika Amsterdam, bowling from that northern end, did pitch in a few short pitch deliveries. And on this occasion here, Vernier testing out the middle of the wicket. And he was not deterred by the wide call earlier on in the over and dug another one in short. And this time cramped Lewis for room, who couldn't get the bat out of the way as he was trying to lean out of the way, and a good catch at a second slip. So after declaring on 281 in the final hour of play, picking up 2 wickets here, now with the score on 26. And Navindra Sankar, just wonder if he's being sent out as a night watchman.
It all determines on how he bats here today, Billy.
Well, at this level, there shouldn't be any night watchman. Everybody should. They should have some ability with the bat, as we saw with the Windward Islands batters in the lower order. They were able to produce good partnerships. Desron Mitchell got to 19, Cody Fontenelle 20, and of course Tyler Vernier 47. So Sankar coming in with the fall of that Lewis wicket. He went for 1, batted for 12 deliveries.
Another beautiful delivery there from Tyler. One more ball for the over. One more delivery left for the over. Navindra Sankar still have to get off the mark. Faced 2 deliveries so far. 26 for 2 and 8.5 overs. Current run rate has dropped to 2.4 as it's trailed by 255 runs.
Sankar, who had 1 for 33 in his 10 overs, now has a job to do with the bat.
Oh, and another short delivery there, and that was beautiful, Billy. That was a beautiful delivery there, Billy. Just waiting for a replay. Let's have a look at that.
That's just a peach of a delivery. Got his head out of the way, Sankar. Vernier just testing out that middle of the pitch and getting considerable bounce here at the National Cricket Centre. Good piece on the delivery as well. So a good day for Tyler Vernier. 1 for 4 he has and a knock of 47. That propelled his team into a very strong position.
And of course, Bijan Francis will come back into the attack.
So Fanis, he was asking in the previous over, just pointing at the coaching staff, asking them, just getting some guidance as to how many more overs he should bowl. And now with the start of this over, he just indicated to them that he's going to bowl 1 more. And then they're going to have to make a change. So he's going to bowl 5 overs in his opening spell. It's been a hard-working performance from the young man. Nice follow-through as well. Good pace up in his run-up, leading into his delivery stride. Nice high arm action. A bit of a skip step in the delivery stride as he takes off. And channeling all that momentum from the ground up to his release from his wrist, and good pace through to the wicketkeeper. And still has the 2 slips. And just contemplating if to put in a third there is the captain Ram the Hall, who retreats to that point area. He's a bit closer. It plays out to one of those fielders at point. One is at a backward point and one at point. And the umpire, who is traditionally at square leg, she's just looking into the sun, and she is situated on the offside. And it's a packed offside field with 2 slips, 2 persons at point and a cover and a mid-off. And knowing that it's his final over, he just wants to hold that line and length. Just talking to himself, instructing himself to hold that line going across the left-handed Ram, and Ram quite content to let that ball alone outside the off stump. And he induces a fall shot here from Ram. I just wonder if that ball didn't get up as much as he anticipated. And that one just going past, half a mind to pull it, and then he saw that the length wasn't quite there and bailed out of the shot. "26 for 2. We're into the what is anticipated to be the final over from Fanes. It's a fuller length delivery. Well, I'm also not seeing any of the other bowlers doing any limbering up. Yes, in fact, I see the man down at fine leg loosening up. It might just be to come on to replace Fanis at the southern end, with Veneer operating from the northern end. I'm happy to see that one go past the off stump and over the top of it as well. Well left alone by Parameswar Ram. He's on 7. 26 for 2. 10 overs gone. As we're nearing the end of day 1 of this 2-day affair. The opening rounds of the 2-day Rising Stars Regional Championships, and this one between the Windward Islands and Guyana. And in the Trinidad and Tobago game, very interesting as well, they've gotten to 252 for 8, and they have declared after 81 overs they've accomplished their bonus point and opting for the last few overs in the day's play to have a go at the Barbados team. So they've declared with 8 wickets down, and Jordan Graham and DeMarco Wiggins are out there already as the first over is on the way, being bowled by Ronaldo Fornelli. Barbados winning the toss and electing to field first as Vinay continues here to the left-handed ram. Sankara, rather it is, facing up to him. Happy to leave it alone outside the off stump. And Sion Charles not out on 41 for Trinidad and Tobago, and Daron Danraj not out on 6. 32 extras in that total of 252 across in Inshan Ali Park in Prisal.
Oh, beautiful delivery there. Gotten some batter, it would have definitely been a wicket. You're here at the NCC for the first set of today's matches. Windwards versus Guyana. Tomorrow we will be at the URI-Spec for Leewards versus Jamaica. While action will be continuing here between these two teams.
So West Indies completing that 3D ODIs and the conclusion of that Pakistan tour to the Caribbean. The West Indies team head across to the United Arab Emirates, where they will take on Nepal from the 25th of September. 3 slips in place now for the night watchman Sanka. 3 slips of gully and a point. 2 fielders on the onside. The West Indies take on Nepal in 3 T20Is in the United Arab Emirates, and then head across to India for 2 test matches. And then they continue on to New Zealand for a full series, 5 T20Is, 3 ODIs and 3 test matches. That starts on the 5th of November. And then to South Africa for 5 T20s in 2026. Reminding you as well, another delivery well left alone outside the off stump from Sanka. Reminding you as well, the Under-19 World Cup takes place next year in Zimbabwe and Namibia. And a qualification game today between Argentina and the USA. Argentina dismissed for 19. Another leave alone outside the off stump, and well handled this over from Sanka. And the maiden from Tyler Veneer comes to an end. 11 overs gone, 26 for 2. And the USA scoring 20 runs in 2.2 overs to win that game. And they did lose a wicket, to the credit of Argentina. And that would bring an end to proceedings here on day 1 between this encounter, Windward Islands versus Guyana. And Windward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first, got to 281 and declared with 9 wickets down after 76.1 overs, with the fall of Tyler Veneer's wicket for 47. Their captain top scored with 139 of 133 deliveries. 27 to Zach Thomas and 20 to Cody Fontenelle. And 5 wicket haul for Mika Amsterdam. We were calling for his return after lunch into the attack, which he picked up 4 wickets and conceded 50 8 runs, the opening fast bowler. 3 wickets for 49 for Gibran Yaqub and 1 for 33 from Navindra Sankar, who is not out here. He will be the overnight batsman coming into day 2 in this encounter. Prameshwar Ram, he is not out on 4, and the youngster Lumar Sicharan, he was out for 17, and Emmanuel Charles fell for 1. 2 wickets down with a total on 26 in 11 overs on day 1 here. 87.1 overs in the day's play. We lost 2 overs for the change of innings. So we have brought you coverage here just before lunch and during the course of the day's play. And you can join us in for coverage tomorrow, where we'll be at the University of the West Indies. We'll be broadcasting 2 games at the University of the West Indies, as well as the NCC. Will continue on bringing coverage of this game as well. And of course, at the University of the West Indies, the Leeward Islands versus Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago have declared on 252 and for 8, and Barbados are currently at the crease across in Inshanali ground. And tune into our coverage tomorrow for more exciting cricket action in this Rising Stars CWI Under 17 Regional Championships.